cut. You know the vibes. But now, Gold XRPL Cookout presents the Thursday XRPL Wake and Bake vibes and the Sunday XRPL. But don't worry, because that's not all that's coming out.
My coin too cold. If you know, you know. My coin too cold. If you know, you know. My coin too cold. If you know, you know. First fan token on the XRPL. Whoa, whoa. 3 followers to 4,000. That's what I call moving mountains. You can't sip none of this juice. The liquid is too cold from my fountain. What she's accomplished so astounding. Carolina Panther, keep pounding. My manager, biggest fan. I'm media man, no Robert Townsend. My coin too cold. If you know, you know. My coin too cold. If you know, you know. My coin too cold. If you know, you know. First fan token on the XRPL. Whoa, whoa.
2 CD, you know how deep. Coming in clean, I'm with the team. Do your own research and you will redeem. You'll get the cream, XRP cheese. Schooling you also get your books out. Team so froze, so be on the lookout. Education's never been so cool now. When too cold, be having the cookouts. We get the bags full with ice packs. That's too cold coin, stacking some racks. No cap, always come with the facts. Learning the spaces and just relax. Keeping it cold. That's too cold, got that new flow. Fan token and we bout to blow. Keeping it hot like your hands on the stove. Yeah, and you can do what we do. Too cold and let me, yeah, that be the crew. And if too cold ain't doing your interview, then we don't really care about your interview. Haters be worried about what we gon' do. Do your own research and get an overview. Homie, this is really nothing. You do your research and you will never lose.
My coin too cold. If you know, you know. My coin too cold. If you know, you know. My coin too cold. If you know, you know. First fan token on the XRPL. Whoa, whoa. You know the vibes, triangular trapping, you know that's the tide. Not talking about cleaning your clothes, 500K coins is in the supply. When have we lie? Hit the website and go catch a vibe. It's very nice, the birds is gonna fly. You might get a job because she is hiring. Don't get fired like Trump. Kurt Franklin, you might get stung. She don't care about professionalism. She'll curse you out if you want. Why you thinking that it's a stunt? That 2 cold coin gon' pump. And we'll be on Xrp, hearing that XL limit bump. My coin too cold. If you know, you know. My coin too cold. If you know, you know. My coin too cold. If you know, you know. First fan token on the XRPL. Whoa, whoa.
Instead of a Patreon sub, if you like what Too Cold does, get you some to show some support and love. Education is the key to grow the XRPL Cookout. Reaching other social media streams is the Too Cold XRPL Cookout streams. Pull up to Too Cold's Twitter space call, where we keep it real, raw, and uncut. You know the vibes. All while getting our learn on. We're all things XRPL's what's up. Triangular trap tsunami.
Sick of my pain, I'm in my lane. So many people, they plotting my fall. I got the power to see through it all. Hurricane, up in my chain. Baby on point when I walk through the mall. If I'm the hero, I'll answer the call. People change, you don't wanna change. I stay the same. I got the whole team lit. Everybody asking where I'm at. Even when it rain, I stay the same. Still like the feeling when I get it fit. Ain't fuck with the bullshit, I keep it legit.
It started on Twitter. My crypto vision. Saw this XR Doge, I was like, what is it? Saw 2 cold space at the top, I was like, let's get it. And when I first heard her talk, I thought she was a nigga. She ended up being my nigga. I told her I was a musician, and I could make that XR Doge, whoa, a hit. And that's just what I did. Chillin' shit was lit. And every time my songs came on, she represent. Whoever needed help with XRP, she consent. She was the XR Doge ambassador for a minute. You know that every success story comes a friend that always turn their back, bro, hoe and bro, bitch, that's what they is.
I'm in my lane. So many people, they plotting my fall. I got the power to see through it all. Hurricane, up in my chain. Baby on point when I walk through the mall. If I'm the hero, I'll answer the call. People change, you don't wanna change. I stay the same. I got the whole team lit. Everybody asking where I'm at. Even when it rain, I stay the same. Still like the feeling when I get it fit. Ain't fuck with the bullshit, I keep it legit.
XRPL Ledger, shawty is a blessing. She'll bring hell to your ass, but she really came from heaven. XRPL reppin', yeah, we up like 7. She was out for 2 weeks, came back with a few treats. One of them was FKM, so we went back in. X sticks, limb for limb, surgically dissected, wiped out the infection. Warm up the grill, cook out, we resurrected. I'm talking Uncle Neil, X-rated, Becky Coin, the ocean's wavy, Sonar Muse, Magneto, a bro ho get in my way, we letting off a torpedo. Triangular trapping so hard, I might rock a Speedo. New York ranging to the west coast, just call me Revo. But I'm from the south side, new version of CeeLo. This is Too Cold song, whoa, 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 my people.
We a fan vibe on this ride, learning, laughing, and talking that shit. Not worried about no one else. I stay in my lane. I ain't worried about the numbers, the fortune, or the fame. Cause I ain't a lame. The sun big enough for everybody to shine. Just respect my shine when you see it's my time. It's my time. It's my time.
She ended up being my nigga. I told her I was a musician, and I can make that XR dose. Whoa, 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 with hit. XRPL Ledger. Shawty is a blessing. She'll bring hell to your ass, but she really came from heaven. And every time my songs came on, she represent. Whoever needed help with XRP, she consent. She was the XR Doge ambassador for a minute. You know that every success story comes a friend that always turn their back, bro. Hoeing, bro, bitch, that's what they is. Scholarly astute, my itch don't ever stink. My name ain't Pepe Le Pew. She got the scroll, so you know too cold knowing her root. I'm a black sheep, people around me don't ever approve. We got thee with 2 E's. We got the planet Genesis. We gave you 2 CDs. The Ledger is XRP. Don't ever give them your keys. The point of 2 cold coin, I told them if you know, you know. They never read the scroll, so they went out just like a hoe. This is not Wizard of Oz, they had no courage like Scarecrow. I'm seeing crypto colorism like we living in Jim Crow. Beside the fact that she's a host, beside the fact I like the roast, beside the fact we triangular trapping coast to coast, beside the fact that we killing 2 birds with 1 stone, beside the fact we behind the scene working, think it's a joke. Students of the game giving you astute scholars, swagging NFT art, but we got true knowledge. They frown our nose upon us, misunderstood products, because we dropped out of high school and we set for college. I got my GED and bachelor's, I'm on learning and relearning. I said the earth is flat and I don't care about they discernment. Shout out to Token Panel with the art, that boy is working. I'm in a stool scholar, I'm focused on higher learning. The first supply 2,250. It's called a black sheep, 5 collections is spiffy. Read the scroll is peanut butter, yeah, you damn skippy. And the Genesis, she knocked it out the park like King Griffey. The first Genesis holders of the black sheep received themselves by 4 NFTs. The second Genesis, if you know what you're doing, you'll receive some mold in from Pearl the Shooter.
This is chess, not checkers. Gotta be able to pivot when obstacles occur and turn things to your advantage. Being astute, you gotta be mentally sharp and clever. Astute scholars remain on top of their game. For clarity, check the astute scroll. Lemmy and Kamikaze spitting all facts on the track. If you could pick up what they laying down, we the black sheeps, and we ain't playing around.
Scholarly astute, my itch don't ever stink. My name ain't Pepe Le Pew. She got the scroll, so you know too cold knowing her root. I'm a black sheep, people around me don't ever approve. We got thee with 2 E's. We got the planet Genesis. We gave you 2 CDs. The Ledger is XRP. Don't ever give them your keys.
Aspire to inspire. XRPL cookout, satisfy your crypto desires. Mentally sharp, clever, the learning will take us higher. Notes on Mariah. You think you know it all, but too scared to try us. Like Moses, we see the vision through the fire. Black sheep, yeah, he's all alone. Black sheep, do it on his own. First collection is the only one that's known. Want to know more, then read the complete scroll. We set some some goals and reach for the goal. 8 different traits, 5 series collection. If you know, you know. Being an outcast and misunderstood is actually dope. We don't take no bullshit, finna block you trolls. We don't gotta pose, we see the bigger picture, you see it by the pixel. It's called a scroll, not a map that you gotta follow on road. Get on the allowed list based on what you hold. There's some perks from the personal collection of 2 codes. Legends in the making, learning never gets old. Find some lessons in everything and everywhere you go. More information about the project will come as we go. Higher learning, astute scholars, we're on the road. Too smart on the road, give the people control. Education's everything, it might increase your bankroll. This is a school where you don't gotta pay to enroll. Education's motivation for everyone as a whole.
My itch don't ever stink. My name ain't Pepe Le Pew. She got the scroll, so you know too cold knowing her root. I'm a black sheep, people around me don't ever approve. We got D with 2 E's. We got the planet Genesis. We gave you 2 CD. The Ledger is XRP. Don't ever give them your keys.
Yeah, let's go.
Yo, I see everybody starting to pile in. You feel me? Had to just play a little bit of music for us while we waited for some of our speakers to get up in here. You feel me? So, Rippleton, X Dude, Daniel, Vet, Death Ranger, can y'all go ahead, hit the request button? We got enough people in here. Oh, we got is that Bastion down there? The XO. Y'all hit the request button so we could get this thing started, right? So if you guys don't know, the whole point of today's call is a fellow XRPL community member DM'd me, okay, and they wanted more information and education on the URI field as far as NFTs go that are on the XRP Ledger, right? Because there is a lot of discussions that have been going on about it and what different marketplaces are doing and how this URI field is kind of playing an important role in these marketplaces that are occurring, not occurring, that are open, right, for purchase of NFTs across the whole XRP ledger, with more marketplaces to come. Okay, I can think of 2 off of the top of my head that are not open yet, but are going to be set to open here and go live soon. I don't know when, but on top of all the marketplaces that are already open, you're going to be able to add XRPL coins to as being a marketplace, as well as XRP studios. Okay, that's just 2 off the top of my head. So let me go on ahead and just let you guys know exactly why this call was called about and all these speakers were asked to speak, and this conversation to be had. Okay, so I got this DM that says, hey, why don't you get some honest, brave devs that can talk openly about the URI topic? I wasn't into NFTs, quote unquote, art until a year back. In this bear cycle, I bought a few with the intent to have them as a collectible only. But I came to know a few months back that mostly all projects are worthless because their URI field is empty. The non-techie guy cannot find out if the URI is empty before buying art as an NFT. In fact, they don't even know what or why a URI is important in many cases. I haven't seen anyone talking about it because of many reasons, might impact many projects, but this topic should be brought up to at least educate and get informed. Maybe you should get Chris, Rippleton, etc. to discuss and understand URI. Maybe I'm wrong about it, but at least I would get educated about this. Okay? So obviously this is an important conversation, not just for this XRPL community member, but obviously for a lot of people in general. Since I put the tweet out that this discussion would be happening, there have been engagements and comments going on in some of the tweets, right? And people have tweeted out their own topics about the issue as well. So before we get started, I'm going to tell you my knowledge from a non-techie Cody Devi person, okay? When I first came to the XRPL, I came as a XRP investor, okay? And then I started to learn about projects on the XRP Ledger. I got more involved in the NFT space. And as you guys know, I host these space calls. And while hosting these space calls, I've come across people like Vet, Chris, Rippleton, Daniel, Death Ranger, and many more, right? Bex, she's not here right now, but I've come across all these people who understand NFTs in the background, right? So I've sit and I've listened and I've eventually created my own NFT project, right? But that neither here nor there. But so I'm talking to you first as a community member and fellow NFT buyer and investor just like you guys. Through all the conversations that I've heard and I've learned and picked up along the way, I made a thread about this the other night, right? It is a pretty long thread, but to me, before XLS20 went live, one of the most basic features of all of the information that was being passed around about what NFTs on the XRP ledger would be like was a very important base feature for not only me, it seemed like, but for a lot of other people aside from the low fees and that stuff, right? And the fast transaction, because anything moving on a ledger moves just as fast as XRP. So aside from those features, it was informed to people like me and other people in the community that any NFT minted on the XRP ledger would be able to be seen across the whole entire ledger. Okay? No matter where it's minted, right? If it is minted on the XRP, that is for me, that is the foundation. That is the base layer and one of the most important parts and aspects, right? That is what got a lot of people excited about it. This was before any URI discussions came up, anybody was talking about it. This was before we knew that we were going to have 15 million marketplaces on the XRP ledger. But the information remains the same, and this piece of information is still true right now, that any NFT minted on the XRP ledger is viewable across the whole XRP ledger. Now, what I've also learned from Rippleton, the way he has described marketplaces and dexes and things that are built on the ledger, is that those type of things are windows to the ledger, right? So a XRPL marketplace is a window to the ledger, but that window should be able to show any NFT minted on the XRP ledger. That is my basis of where I stand and how I feel about it, is that I don't care what marketplace comes along. I don't care which method it is they use, because there is plenty of different ways to skin a cat. There is plenty of ways to build a marketplace. There is plenty of different ways to run a business. But the base foundation for me, and what seems to be for a lot of people as well, is a NFT minted on the XRP ledger should be able to be seen across the whole entire ledger, and that includes any windows that are made on top of the XRP ledger. All right, so with that being said, let's get this thing started and let's start learning about URIs, all these different methods, why some NFTs are having issues, which method it is they're using, and hopefully we can a lot of people learn some information as far as URI goes, and hopefully these marketplaces can you know after this call really sit together and really come together, because as
You're breaking up too, Cold.
It's a rock.
By the way, Gadget tries also to come up if you could approve him.
There's only one co-host.
It's her.
It's too cold.
Yeah. Give her a minute. I'm sure she'll be right back.
Single point of failure. One rug, everybody gets rugged.
All right, my bad. Sorry about that, guys. All right, let's like I was saying, hopefully marketplaces can get together in the background and meet each other halfway, right? Whatever method any marketplace is using, like marketplaces, some marketplaces are bending to be able to make this a reality for everybody on the XRP ledger, which is NFT should be viewable across the whole entire ledger. It seems other marketplaces are not bending as much, but whatever. We're here to discuss and get information and get educated. So let's start this off. So Rippleton, we got Daniel, we got up, we got XO. Is that how you say it? Yeah, XO coming up. Yeah, I don't know who that. Okay, give me a second, guys. I don't know who this is.
Yeah, that's Kai and
You
Bastion.
want to hear Vet co-host? We can spam invites for people.
Yeah, I'll give him the co-host in 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds because I don't know who this is, but if you guys would like some entertainment, I'm about to give you some in 2 seconds. Let me get this ready because I feel this is about to be some bullshit. Y'all already know I do not play around, especially when we're trying to really get some information going and get some things really together. Is he still requesting? All right, yeah. All right, here we go. Who is this? Gloom92. Welcome, Gloom92. How are you doing? Yeah. There we go.
You're echoing.
Okay, my bad. There, I had to switch. Gloom, are you here? Where'd you go? Did you get rugged?
He was just in my space earlier. He said one thing, but he didn't seem adversarial.
Okay, because that profile picture and the page, it just didn't look. All right, so all right, here we go, Vet. I'm gonna throw you the co-host, and then all right, let's get this thing started, right? I don't know who to give the floor to first. This is an open education conversation and all of this. So you know what? We hear from Rippleton, Vet, and Death Ranger quite often. Let's shoot with Gadget. Gadget, my guy, welcome to the conversation. Thank you for pulling up and joining, and coming to give your 2 cents about the URI topic at hand. So go ahead and kick this thing off for us, Gadget.
Holy crap, just give me the hot seat. Yeah, cool. Yeah, URI. Let's talk about URIs. I think everyone needs to be clear what actually URI is to start off with, I think. And while we're all here talking about it, I think URI at the bottom line is what's on chain. So that is what's on chain on the XRPL. So if you get up a issuer and look up the NFT tokens on that issuer, URI is what everyone is arguing it should be listed, full stop. And URI is a link to normally the JSON file, or you could just have it directly to the picture if you really wanted to, but it needs to be a link to something of what your NFT actually is.
Okay, before we go any further, Gadget, just for people who may not even know, what does URI stand for? What do those 3 initials stand for?
Put me on the spot. I don't actually know off the top of my head.
The Universal Resource Identifier.
That's the
There
one.
you go.
There we go. I hope you guys got your pencils and your notepads out, right? Because there's about to be a lot of information shared today. Okay, so universal what?
Can I just? It's a Universal Resource Identifier.
There we go. Go ahead, Rippleton.
And ultimately, what a URI is, it's a pointer to where the image or your NFT is stored. So it's like GPS coordinates, basically. This is where your NFT is stored, and this is where it's viewable at.
Okay. So that's one method, right? Because obviously there's another method, but let's focus on this method right now, okay? So if somebody was to go in their wallet right now and look in their look at their details, right, on BitHomp, they would see the URI field and it would be filled with information, right?
Maybe you should say that, not about a method, about why we have the URI field. And I think that's the contention of what people are talking about.
Okay, well, go ahead.
The URI field is what we're talking about, is what's on the XRPL, as in like literally on chain. And I think that's where people are getting annoyed, that the URI field, which is the link to what you're actually getting, your actual NFT, should be on chain and easy to find and not able to be moved or raised or changed after minting. And I think that's the problem, what everyone's really getting to. That URI field should be on chain and it should be unable to be changed once minted.
And this
so let me
exist in what they call the metadata, right?
Oh, go ahead, Def. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No. I just want to say, because where is the URI? Like, if you look at the NFT, right, this is where that concept they call metadata, right? That URI field would exist inside of your metadata.
Okay, so let me ask you guys this. I know nothing about coding, techie stuff, or any of that stuff. Me minting my collection, X-Dude pretty much has to hold my hand when I went through minting my collection on Xmart, right? So I don't know anything about any of the stuff in the background. So when you guys say the URI, as far as the XRP Ledger goes, that is what makes it a first layer NFT. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So if there is no URI field, is it correct to say that NFT that has no URI field is actually not minted on the XRP Ledger? Is that correct to say, or is that not correct to say?
No, wait, too close. I think we should start off like this. So the XS20 spec, okay, has 2 options of how you can mint. There's a primary option, or primary way. This is by using the URI field inside of the token. And there is an alternative way you can mint, which is basically through the domain field, where you leave the pointer there. It's all about where you put the pointer in, okay? So it's all about where you put that pointer in that Rippleton was talking about. And those 2 options are mentioned in the XS20 spec on GitHub by Nick Bougalis, so you can look those up. And the question is basically, or what the community is asking, is contesting both methods and see the pros and cons about it. Okay, it is not about what is bad or not necessarily, because I mean it's an end decentralized ledger and you can do whatever you want. But it's about those two options basically, and to look what are the pros and cons about them. There are actually, I think both Bastian and Kai were mentioning some pros about the secondary option, and I think Gadget was talking about the pros, or I don't know who, about the pros about the primary option, and those two options are basically the ones that are here to be debated or discussed, whatever. But those two options, and yeah, the question is basically which option is the way to go for an NFT project that is maybe looking for this or that, and what are properties that you are gaining and losing with both options. Okay, so this is basically those two options that you have, but those both are actually valid. If you look at the spec, you have to say that.
Okay. I don't know where to find this documentation. Where can I go so I can pin this on top of the Jumbotron so
I will
people
DM
can
it.
grab?
I will DM it to you, and you can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. All right. Daniel, you want to chime in here?
Not yet. I mean, I would love to have you start with the people that are actually in charge of running marketplaces and probably some of the issues to figure out why they choose one of the two options.
Okay.
I think what's very interesting is like the way the OXP Launchpad is doing stuff and then moving projects out. I think because I guess the conversation is currently, is there a right or wrong way? So, and I think it's not fully right or wrong. It's just two different options, and people have hard opinions about them.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's different ways to skin a cat, right? There's many different ways, but the base of skinning a cat is the damn cat. You have to have the fucking cat, right? Like that's what skinning a cat is. You can't skin a cat without the cat. So EXO, it's not I tried to bring you up. I think Twitter is tripping. Hit the request again.
He looks like he's a speaker to me.
Is he?
At least so.
Oh my god.
For me, he's a speaker. Maybe you have to remove him from the space and then he can join.
Well,
I don't know.
no, if I remove him, he won't be able to come up at all.
Speaker position. Oh wait, if he's not a speaker.
No, he wasn't a speaker on mine at all. Okay, there we go. Okay, here we go. So let's kick this. Let's keep this conversation going, right?
I DM'd you for
is it not letting him up? Okay, perfect. Thank you. And I'll put that up on the Jumbotron as soon as we could get this conversation going. EXO, you might have to leave the room and come back because I accepted you again and it's not letting you up. Twitter has been tripping lately. I don't know what the hell this thing is doing.
Maybe you can put him manually to listener or something. I think this is not
he's
kicking.
on my screen. He's not even a speaker. He's a speaker to y'all, but he's not even like he's a listener on my screen. And I did hit. He hit the request, and I brought him up, and then it kicked him back down. Okay, here we go. Maybe third time's a try. A charm. A try. There we go. Now he's a speaker on my shit. All right, there we go.
Twitter with spaces has been magnificent the last few weeks. Every time I have a space, something is going wrong. It's these devices. I don't know. Samsung and Twitter do not go hand in hand anymore. It's weird.
All right. Yeah. Twitter is tripping. Okay. So.
Yeah, you can say that.
All right, EXO. So you are a part of on XRP team, the marketplace. So can you go into the way you guys mint NFTs on OXP, and let's go from there.
Yeah, totally, man. First of all, thank you, of course, to have me here. Let me speak. I think it's very valuable to have this space and to have this conversation with people who are well educated, and to give the community the chance to actually get educated on the subject. So first of all, who am I? I'm Bastiaan van Roekel. I'm co-founder and CEO of both Xpunks and on XRP. Since October 2021, I've been managing the operations of the Xpunks project, and since January also the XRP project, and I also oversee the development operations. That isn't to say that I am a developer. So I rely on the advice in the end, on the advice that I get from the experts. But I do at the end of the day come to spaces like this to actually talk about the choices that we make, so that the developers do not have to face this scrutiny. In the end, that's my job. So I am very looking forward to having this space, and I actually have to say I think this space is already a very good faith discussion. I think the characterization that Fed gave it was a very good characterization. Basically, the key takeaway I think of this whole subject is what are the trade-offs that you want to make when it comes to this domain fields versus URI conversation. Both have upsides, both have downsides, and it is a choice that you have to weigh based on the features that you want, based on the features that the community wants, and based on the level of trustlessness that you want to provide. Do you want me to already dive in fully to code on the two methods and why we decided that way, or do you want to keep it as an introduction right now?
Yeah, let's go with the OXP method, and let's go from there. And then I already have a question off of what you said and from the knowledge that I do know between the two, but we want everybody to get educated. I already have a question off of what you just said about the trust issue, right? So yeah, go into how OXP uses is minting on the why'd you guys name it that? Is minting on XRP.
I have the same thing with the name a lot of times. It sounds like a mouthful every now and then. Yeah, no, totally, man. So very quick headline. I think some of this has already been explained, but just to be sure that the community is fully up to date. So in NFT, you have your token that is actually on the blockchain itself. A lot of people, they think that the image and the information about the image, which is the metadata, is stored directly in the NFT on the blockchain somehow. That isn't entirely the case. So how NFT generally work is you have your token. You have your token on the blockchain, which is a special type of token that is non-fungible, of course, which is non-divisible and non-stackable. Basically, that token on the XRPL, at least, it has a field, and that field can refer to an external source where the actual information about the image is. Now, most of the time, that external source is then on IPFS, so that it's also a decentralized location. So you have your chain of decentralized places, and then that IPFS location points to another IPFS location where the actual image is. So you get this neat chain. So you have your token pointing to a JSON file pointing to an image. Now, this specific conversation is about, on the XRPL, you have your token. How are we going to point from the token to that JSON file? Now, as pointed out already, the documentation gives two methods for here. Primary method, which is from the URI field, and a secondary method, which is from the domain field. So I'll give a brief explanation on what this domain field is. On the XRP Ledger, you have your issuer or your wallet. That is a wallet that can issue certain assets, such as tokens, such as NFTs. A wallet has a number of properties, the account root. It has a number of properties. One of those properties is the domain field. On the XRPL, you can have a wallet and you can let your wallet, so the wallet itself, link to an external link, such as when you see the wallet of a central exchange, for example, like Kraken, it will use that domain field to point to kraken.com. This is just a property of the XRPL. Now, this is, first of all, a thing that I want to say about, now that we touched this subject, first of all, a thing that I want to say about NFT ownership is, look, how do we define philosophically ownership or authenticity when it comes to NFTs, right? You can say, okay, I have an NFT, it points to a certain external location, therefore this is the authentic, real NFT that owns that external location or that is associated with that external location. This is of course not that easy because let's say I mint a new NFT today, it points to a new JSON file, someone else can just copy the JSON file, mint an NFT and also have it mint to that, and also have it point to that same JSON file, right? So there's more things that you need to show the authenticity of a certain NFT, more things that you need to check to show the authenticity of a certain NFT, which is the account root property. Who actually issued this NFT, right? Just because an NFT is pointing somewhere doesn't mean that that NFT is associated with the actual ownership of that thing that it's pointing to. The important thing, I would say, paramount important thing is who issued this NFT. That is what you look at to really validate authenticity. Who issued the NFT? So by looking at who issued an NFT, you can see that, oh, this NFT is indeed an NFT of the Xpunk collection, because I can see that the issuer wallet is the Xpunk's issuer wallet. So, and I'm telling this because I want to illustrate how massively important account root properties here are in relation to an NFT. So devaluing, when we're talking about that secondary method, I have heard a lot of people say very bluntly, it's not pointing to the URI, so therefore there's no true ownership. That is really, or it's not pointing from the URI, therefore it's not true ownership. That is really devaluing the complexities of ownership, NFTs, etc., because you will always have to look at those account root properties. So pointing towards the actual, the external information from those account root properties, I would say is yeah, you know, it is, account root properties are already so important. So then why is pointing from that to that information from there all of a sudden not true ownership anymore and not important anymore? Anyways, we with XRP, we decided to, and I'm going to be very long-winded to talk, but I hope you will allow me to, because this has been going on for a while now.
No.
Okay.
This is exactly what we're here for, right? There's no hard stop. There's no there's no time limit. We're here to really get informed and to really hash this out so that at least, I mean, the conversation probably won't go away, but at least it will be minimized and there will be a better understanding amongst the community, like buyers, like myself, non-technical people. And hopefully you guys who do have marketplaces will come together in the background and come up with a basic standard that can exist for all of you guys, and as well as the future the marketplaces that are going to be coming, because like I said, there's two more that I already know off the top of my head. They haven't announced when they're going to go live, but they're going to go live here pretty soon. One of them won a grant, right? This Wave 4 grants, and they're not live yet, but they're going to go live soon. So who knows how many more marketplaces are going to pop up within the next 6 months, right? But if you guys can all have some foundation to where when the new marketplaces come up, this conversation doesn't have to be had again. At least there's like, here, we've already went through all of this shit. Like, start here and then build on top of it, but use this like at minimum this way, right? So yeah, go ahead, XO. Go ahead, be long-winded and do what you got to do. I hope people got they notebooks and pencils out.
Awesome, man. Thank you. So yeah, I want to continue with the aspect of marketplaces being a window to the XRPL, because I think that is a perfect analogy, and yeah, I think it's a perfect analogy, and I'll tell you the way that I'm looking at that. So with DEXs on the XRPL, what you are referring to, and with marketplace as well, what you're referring to is we have a tool, and that tool provides us direct insight as to what is actually happening on that blockchain, right? That is what you say with a window. Now, to the extent that you can truly say this is a direct window really depends per marketplace, and also depends on how complex the actual amendment is that we're working with. Because, for example, with the DEX, it's a lot more straightforward to make a very, very direct window to the XRPL without any, I do not know the English word here, but with an NFT marketplace, that becomes a bit more complex. Because if you really want that full 100% just a window experience, it's going to be slow in a lot of cases. You constantly have to request information on the spot rather than indexing that information beforehand so that you have it readily available when the user actually requests it. So in the case of OnXRP, for example, you are looking actually at the OnXRP database, and the OnXRP database is constantly being indexing that XRPL. This way, that information is always readily available for you. So it becomes, and this is also how we see that OpenSea works, for example, and many of the big marketplaces. Now, what I want to say about that windowness, what I want to illustrate with saying this is just being a window into a blockchain is not as easy as it sounds. Obviously, it sounds really magnificent, right? But that is what analogies do. They make things sound very easy and straightforward. Let's say I want to have a house, and houses have windows, and those windows are windows into the external world, into the open environment, right? Obviously, that doesn't mean that I can just have a house, talk to any contractor, say, hey, I want a window, put it anywhere, and then expect that I can see the ocean when I look out that window. Obviously, there need to be specific specifications as to how is that window going to be built. Which direction is it facing, and what floor does it need to be, right? These are specifications that need to be there for that window to actually do what that window is supposed to be doing. This is what we see with, I think this analogy perfectly explains the situation that we're now in, and what that documentation, in my opinion, was for, is to provide to all marketplaces specifications like, hey, make sure that when your marketplace is a window to the XRPL, that it follows these steps. That is, the documentation had steps like, first of all, look at the URI field of an NFT. Do you see that the URI field is empty? Then move on to step 2. Step 2 is look at the domain. Those were the steps. We built the things that we built on the presupposition that marketplaces would follow those specifications. Maybe we should have been more straightforward into checking whether they would follow it. I have talked to some operators and developers and to talk about this, and yeah, I was under the impression that would happen. Obviously, it wasn't as abundant in the beginning as I thought it would, but now it actually is. A lot of the marketplaces do actually show it, and I think that's great progress. So yeah, that's just what I wanted to say about that windowness. It's not as easy. It's not as straightforward. There are still a lot of details that you need to talk about. For example, with OnXRP, we've also noticed it, for example. So with OnXRP, we follow exactly that structure. When OnXRP sees a new NFT, first looks at that URI field. If it's not there, then it looks at the domain field. Just with that URI field alone, let's completely forget that there's a domain field and all that stuff. Just with the URI field alone, there's already different ways of doing it, which we have encountered. To be annoyingly technical here, reference to an IPFS location, which is what that URI provides. It's a link to an IPFS location. You would generally see that has a gateway and a CID. Now, I'm not going to explain all of this to everyone here, but that is a way to structure this reference to the IPFS location. We have seen marketplaces that is only putting a CID there. We have seen marketplaces that is putting the gateway, I think, double there. I think Sologenic does it really weird the way they do it. So as time went on, I don't want to be sitting here and just saying this is good, this is better, or whatever. We do know, like, there is a best practice that we see on EVM chains, so that's in the first instance, what we decided to follow. And then here on the XRPL, we saw people do it different ways. So we decided, you know what, we're just going to add an, if statement or however that is, like, if you see this, then also add this so that we can see it. So when an NFT only refers to a CID, it's also visible on XRP now. It wasn't in the beginning because we didn't know some people would be working that way. Right now, if someone wins only CID in the URI field, it's visible on XRP, right? So this is how we all in my opinion, how we all as a group of window providers, contractors for those houses, work together to talk to each other and see like, hey, how are you doing it? How are you doing it? Etc. I think that is to be expected in a decentralized, in a market, which is decentralized, different parties building and competing, but also making sure that you provide the same services, and in the end you provide as many services as possible to the end consumer. With regards to marketplaces, I actually think it's a great thing that there are so many. In the end, the harsh reality is if the market doesn't drastically improve, not all marketplaces will make it through 2023. I think as it's just not enough volume. But the more people that are working on this, the more innovation there is, and the more people come with innovative, creative things. So as long as we all stay civil to each other and talk to each other like we're doing right now, and also have that healthy competition that is driving us to do better every day, I think that's only a good thing. Obviously, I can very much relate as to how frustrating it can be for the end consumer. And this is something you see in many industries, right? How frustrating it is that all these different companies cannot just settle on a standard. Like, for example, with cables for mobile devices. You have Apple with one cable, you have Android with the other cable. They have the EU stepping in to force Apple to also use that USB-C. Then you get discussions like, hey, should governments be involved? Standardization is always a headache. And sadly, we have to go through that headache here on the XRPL together as well. Anyway, okay, so very long-winded story. I covered I covered the basics of what ownership is with regards to the URI field, with regards to the domain field. I covered the windowness and the frustrations and etc. Many things that I've seen you cover. The only thing I haven't covered yet is really the nitty-gritty cons and benefits of the URI method versus cons and benefits of the domain field method. But before I do my deep dive there, I'll give you guys the opportunity to respond up until now.
Okay, we got Chris with his hand up, and then I got a couple of questions and comments in the chat box. So let's go with Chris first, and then I'll get to the chat box. Go ahead, Chris. Warm it up, Chris. He's about to.
Am I coming through all right? I'm in a weird spot.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, clear, very clear. Go ahead.
So the one, I'll go through these questions quick. The one is, did you realize that the suggested alternative method was a layer 2? I mean, that if statement that you're talking about is an off-chain pretty much contract that says, if this is missing, this is where you find the API and you attach the NF token ID to get information from an API that will tell you what this empty token is. That's a layer 2. And then the second question is, do you really think it was a smart idea to lock your own project and other projects into completely relying on hooks being brought to the mainnet for the NFTs to ever be immutable? There is no second solution for you. If hooks does not come, if hook stays on the hook net, which that test net already has plans to become a side chain, a hook. If it ever comes to main, NFTs will always rely on either you or
is he rugging, or is that just me?
Yeah, he's slowly breaking up, sadly.
Chris, you're starting to rug.
Is this all right?
Right there is good. Yeah, we missed half of what you said.
Yeah,
right
not
there.
half, like 10%.
Okay, so yeah, there's no second solution to ever make those NFTs immutable, ever. because you can put in the domain field, you can change it to IPFS if you want, but you can't black hole that account without losing all royalty, or you have to provide that API forever, which you're in control of. So those NFTs are forever possible to be changed, not immutable at all, in my opinion, not an NFT. You're also bastardizing the domain field, which we should be using like Stellar to actually verify things like this is the only NFT that points to this IPFS hash, or they're in control of this domain name, or all of these different things that we could be using that field for. Just because it's suggested in that document, I'd love to have it removed out of there because it's actually pretty stupid. So yeah, I would like to know, did you know it was layer 2, and will you admit that it's a layer 2 contract required to resolve them? And why? What is it really worth having a hook on there? And then 2, do you think it's a good idea to be developing things and locking other projects into something that relies on hooks, which may never come?
Yeah, these are both great questions. With regards to your first question about the layer 2, you are saying that just for me, there was some breaking up there. Just for my clarity, you're saying it's layer. You are calling this a layer 2 because. Could you repeat that step again?
It requires that anybody that wants to look at that NFT, a marketplace, an app, a wallet, anything, to resolve what the hell is this thing, because it's empty, right? There's nothing on chain pointing to anything. They have to run a script that says this is missing, grab this from the domain field, put the NF token on it. That's a contract. That is not on chain. The XRPL is not giving that to you. That is a contract. That is layer 2. That is something on top of the ledger that is resolving what that is. Those rules are not on the ledger. That's what makes it a layer 2. It's not a layer 1.
Right, but that will always. No, oh, sorry, I'm interrupting. I just want to say that is always going to be. There's always going to be some layer 2 manipulation of the data, Chris. Also,
there's only been a layer 2 situation in the situation of the XRP domain field. There isn't if you use the URI field, you don't have to use this layer 2. That's what Chris is trying to get across.
Yeah, I get that, but what I'm saying is, I grant here easily that there is more data manipulation, layer 2 data manipulation needed to give the information that is being pointed to the end user. That completely granted with the domain field method. What I'm trying to say is there's also going to be some, albeit very minor, but there is some data manipulation needed by the layer 2 with the URI field method as well. It's very minor. It's much less, but there is some. So this is not an absolute thing. This is not an absolute situation. There's the layer 2 that needs to do some data manipulation to actually give that information to the end user.
The XRPL will not return any kind of hash or anything on one of your NFTs. Absolute. Without having some secondary rules off chain, it is absolute that the XRPL will not tell you anything about that NFT. Not a fucking thing. Not a hash to an, not a URL to self-hosted, nothing. It is nothing. It is a blank NFT. You guys even pre-mint them because it doesn't matter what the hell they are because your API is going to tell you what it is afterwards.
Okay, let me chime in right here. Go ahead, XO, and then I'm going to chime in after that.
Yeah, I can hear how passionate you are about this, Chris, but I do want to keep it point by point. So the what you brought up after me addressing the layer 2 manipulation part is a new subject. Like I do really want to keep this point by point. If we just go into the wild with an open discussion, we've already done that once before. I don't think it really leads anywhere. So what I would say is, URI field method or domain field method, there's some data manipulation happening by the layer 2. That's just how it is. It's way more straightforward with the URI method. I agree. But like what I was referring to earlier, there's marketplaces that just put CID in the URI, just CID. So yeah, then you need to write a script or some lines of code for the NFT marketplace to actually say, oh, this is only a CID. I need to put this and this in front of it so that I can actually request that data from IPFS and return it to the end user. There's some layer 2 manipulation there. In our situation, there's more layer 2 manipulation, but there is layer 2 manipulation needed to actually bring that information. And you can also like look. It's all a question of how dogmatically do we want to be about this. Because you could go as far as then to say if we follow this logic to its logical extreme is, oh, then an NFT should actually only be an NFT if all the information is actually in that NFT and it is not an external source that is being referred to.
Yeah, but a hash is the hash of the file. I can resolve that this is the correct file without using IPFS just by going off the hash. But I'm curious about the hooks. Like, why did you lock people into something that may never come? It's not up for vote. It's not done being developed. It's not even tested properly. Like, why have you locked projects?
No, that's a great question. That's a great question, Chris. So, and I think we're now a few steps in from. We're now a few steps further as to where I was in explaining our methodology. So maybe shall I take a step back here and explain the rest of the domain field method and where hooks comes into play here?
I'm more curious of why you would develop and lock projects into something that might not come.
I just want to make sure that the community is actually informed as to what we're talking about here.
Yeah. We're for all.
Let me maybe.
We're for all these points being heard and everything. Hold on one second. Mega Man, I see you, but the panel is full. I can't bring nobody else up right now.
He can now.
Just give me a second, okay?
I gotta jump
down anyway. Here we go.
Okay. So what the question here is, I think, or what Chris tries to say is, because of the method with the domain field, and to make it immutable. I think the question is about the immutability, and I think this is why there were talks about the dynamic NFTs. And to make it actually immutable, you would need to black hole the issuer account, right? So that the IPFS link, whenever that gets put in, cannot be changed anymore. But if you black hole that, royalties are not able to get out of it until you would have something like a hook that sends these royalties out. And as long as we don't have hooks, this will be the case. And Chris asked basically, what are your efforts to ensure immutability? Basically, like, are there other ways to ensure immutability for this, or what is your information?
So Claire, I'll explain it a little bit further just for the community. So with the domain field, the thing with the domain field that about which where the heart of, I think, critique about it lies is a domain field can still be changed by the issuer of the NFT series. You cannot change a URI field. You can change a domain field, right? Yeah. So. Well, first of all, I do not want to downplay the value of immutability at all. Immutability is a very, very important part of NFTs. But we have also seen big NFT series that are still not immutable to this day. And in the end, we have our values, and it's an open, decentralized market, and people want what they want, right? When it comes to this specific topic, so we are banking on hooks to be to come live, and with Xpunks, we have taken that step, that adventure. Like, hey, we really see on the long term, we see a lot of value in this. So with Xpunks, we want to take this step. We want to do it this way.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna stop you right there, and I'm about to call you on this bullshit because you just texted me last night and said you did not build the marketplace. Wait, hold on. If you look in the thread that's on top of the jumbotron, right? we were having a discussion and I asked you, you said that you guys did not build the marketplace dependent on your NFT project, Xpunks. And now you're just saying right here on a recorded line that this is what Xpunks is planning to do, and this is why you guys are using this method. So I'm just gonna call you on your bullshit, okay?
No,
No.
I
This
think
is a
he took it.
misrepresentation of what you're saying. This is a misrepresentation of what I tried to say. I said I believe this method, all things considered, is superior. So even though Xpunks themselves will not be dynamic, we will not use the benefits that you can have, like changing, like updating metadata or doing what Bored Apes does, right? Like evolving NFTs and stuff like that. That will not be happening with Xpunks. The reason why we still did it with Xbox is basically like, hey, if we're going to promote this method, we should be using it ourselves as well. That is more what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
He said that. And thank you.
Hey, note to self: don't fucking text too cold the night before you get onto a recorded Twitter space.
Too cold. I love your passion. I just love the passion.
Right there. It's right there in the. It's right there in the comments, right? So it's like, hold up. I read that last. We were just talking about it on a public feed, and it sounds like you just said something contradictory right here.
As soon as you started speaking, I realized like, oh, he's taking it this way. So no, that is really not what I meant. Xpunks will not be dynamic NFTs. Okay, so with regards to hooks, yes, there's a risk that hooks never will go live. That's true. So with projects launching with OnXP, we're straightforward about this. We say, hey, these are the upsides, these are the downsides. We are doing it with Xpunks. Yeah, that really is the end of the story. I do have a very good faith that hooks will actually come live. I would see it is a big mistake if hooks will not come to mainnet, because there's just an immense amount of utility to be had there.
Yeah, I won't, because we have so many hands up. XP Market was first, I think, and then Mega Man and Gadget. XP Market, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. So basically, probably everyone knows what we are doing from XP Market side. And we are sort of a layer between the community and the developers or marketplaces. And what we're trying to do is aggregate all the NFTs that are currently present on the XRP Ledger. And we did something similar with tokens before. And with tokens, it's a rather similar process, and it was fairly straightforward, and it wasn't difficult, in other words. And when we were waiting for XLS 20D to come out, we expected it to be also something rather similar and quick to do. But to our surprise, it took us weeks and weeks to develop this solution to grab all the NFTs into one single place. So as you were mentioning, that marketplaces are like windows to the ledger. So we are building like a whole house full of many flats and providing windows. So each marketplace would be in this house, and we would be placing a window to it. And everything that had to be in one single place. And the difficulty arose specifically because of multiple different approaches every single marketplace took. So we are not taking anyone's side here, but it's more like a problem to highlight that if we all are developing on the same ledger, then we have to come to an agreement how to work together and build stuff. Because from one place, we have to use an API. For another place, we also have to use an API, but it's missing data. From somewhere else, we do not need to take any APIs, but the metadata is structured wrong. And if we think about future generations of the developers, we always have to think about how they're going to come to the ledger and start building using on-chain metrics without relying on centralized authorities like marketplaces. So for example, if anyone launches a NFT collection right now and has a metadata structured appropriately, so for example, following XLS24D, where you have collection name, all the token structures, everything as it's written, then XP Market as a platform will have absolutely zero issues trying to capture these NFTs and showing both the images and the characteristics. So that will be an easy job for us to do. But whenever a new player comes and they start pushing their own rules, this is where the chain starts to break, and we are not able to support everyone on request immediately. And hence, this delays the display of such NFTs. And also, when we talk about URI fields and how the NFTs are seen on the Explorer, this is another area to consider, because do not forget that XRP Ledger is still relatively young blockchain, and there are third parties like VCs and investment funds looking into the ledger, and they often use actually our platform to inspect how the things are being developed. And we already start to receive questions sometimes like, why this NFT looks like this, or this project is done in this way. So in our own interest, we have to always find the best explanation, but it's also that we're trying to find a middle ground and come to a similar agreement so that everyone works for the mutual communal benefit. So if you have any questions, please direct them to me.
Thank you, XP Mark, for coming in and conveying your side of things on the window you provide for the XRP Ledger, right? Okay, so like Vet said, let's get to Mega Man and then Gadget and then Daniel, and then we'll come back to before we get back to XO, after Daniel, I'm gonna shoot off some of these questions from the comment box and DMs. So go ahead, Gadget.
You mean
Mega Man first? Mega Man first, yeah.
Oh yeah, my bad. Mega Man, go ahead.
All good. I just wanted to reiterate on what Big CJ was saying earlier about, I think he just thinks we're making the same mistakes we made with XLS 14. We kind of like jumped the gun on things. What if XLS 20 never came? A lot of people were looking at those options before that. So, like with the hooks thing, hooks might not happen, but I'm sure people are gonna just continue to work towards that. But we shouldn't be promising things that we don't know we can deliver. And I think, he made a point with that. If if hooks doesn't come, people are gonna have to look for a layer 2 option or something like that. And coming from from the perspective of amateur issuer, because I haven't even minted yet. I've let Hada NFT do all that. But I'm gonna start. I'm actually been reading through a lot of stuff. I'm trying to set up stuff with Pinata and get some IPFS links for the MX series ready. But it's just a lot. There's a big learning curve, and everybody especially with the developers and user end, still people have no idea what's going on. But if you talk with developers and stuff, you get more of an idea. I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in there real quick.
All right, thank you, Mega Man. Gadget, go ahead.
I just want to reiterate a couple of things, and also open up the talks for the domain field as well. At the moment, obviously, we're all talking about the URI field and where the data is stored for each NFT, which is supposed to be on chain. It's the whole point of the XRPL. There's the whole point of us using the XRPL for our NFTs is to have things on chain. So although that was suggested to be able to as a use case, just like XL19, we use a domain field for other things. It isn't supposed to be used. A domain field is not supposed to be used for putting a API data, so you can then, if somebody who didn't have any kind of easy knowledge, say, and came on to and looked at an NFT on the XRPL, they look at the URI, and like Chris said before, you can easily, that's a hash, so you resolve the hash, and there you've got your link. If you didn't know how to, if you just had a token ID, you'd have to then use the domain field and add out. There's nothing to say that anywhere that's what you have to do. You just have to, it's like a little puzzle perhaps. But yeah, going back to the domain field, no one really uses a domain field for what it really should be used for, or very few people do. There's a couple of talks in we've had a couple of flurries of what we do, and even going right back to the token days, no one even then used the domain field for what that was supposed to be used for. This is an excellent way to keep your domain there for a check and a verification of who owns the wallet address, which is in the issue address. So you can easily put your domain field. So, you know, say for example, let's talk about the Xpunks. Let's say that the Xpunks now want to say that they have actually been contacted by the real Xpunks from the ETH market. And let's just say they want to prove to everybody on the XRPL that they've been in talks with the original ETH Xpunks, and they want to prove that to everybody. Now, how would they go about that? Or let's just say, for example, another very famous token came from a different chain, and came from a chain to XRPL. How would they prove to everybody that they are the real McCoy from ETH? The only way they could do this is to prove that via their domain field. So, for example, gadget78.uk is my domain field. Everybody knows this. And the only way I can prove that to somebody is to put something on my domain, because I'm the only one in control of that domain, to prove to everybody that I've given authorization to have this my wallet, and that is my domain field. Now, there is a way to do that on chain, and nobody uses it, or very few uses it. I mean, at the moment, we're talking, I can see them in the list here, the Possums. The Possums have done this. You can check the Possums, their domain field, in their issue and wallet, and you can make sure that your Possum is the Possums from the domain of the Possums. And so there's nowhere else out there now can copy the domain field, and no one can easily and no one can now do a copycat of the Possums without having that checksum. There's no one else can do that apart from the Possums. So if they went on a different chain to, like, say, Hedera, there's no, that is what the domain field is supposed to be for. But now,
Astute Scholars did it too, just so you know.
yeah.
We used
Yes, and there's only a few. I wasn't going to name them all, but yeah, we could. It's literally like a handful of 5. I know the Kangas can do it. Arty Farties can do it, obviously, because I'm the dev. Like you say, the Kegs can do it. Shieldverse, they've done it. There's only a handful of people that have actually gone through, and obviously your own one too, Cold. There's only a handful of people that have gone to the trouble of using the domain field for what is the purpose of the domain field. And when we could expand this to use the Twitter, you could have your information to Twitter, you could have information of other things. But yeah, that's something else that needs to be put out there. I mean, it'd make the XP market and other new and upcoming marketplaces such an easy way to verify and all the information that and it's all in control, in control, so they can easily do it. Just like if you go to XRP Cafe, the only way you can change your and on XRP, they've done it as well. You can go to their site and you can change your collection by using your by logging in by your Zoom. Yeah, by the issue. Yeah. And that's how the domain field's linked up as well. So that is something that needs to be too, and that would be so good to have that widespread on all the marketplaces, like NXRP and some other, on some other marketplaces.
I think it's a great actual idea, and something we definitely can talk about.
These conversations are like so fucking siloed from the marketplace, from the project standpoint. And I think, like, I'm sorry, Too Cold, but I am going to interject for like 1 second. Like, the biggest marketplaces and biggest projects need to come together and like have a definitive way that this network is going to grow forward from an NFT standpoint, and just make decisions and then force the decisions, because they have the most volume, they have the most liquidity, they're selling the most, they're doing X, Y, and Z the most. And the blueprint has already been written from like multiple ecosystems. Like, so, I mean, and this has been going on for months at this point in time. Maybe I'm wrong, Hamza, but like,
that's exactly why we're here, right? Like, we're here to learn about these two different methods, and as XO said earlier, the pros and the cons, discussions is being had, and hopefully after this, all these marketplaces get on a Discord Zoom call or fucking Discord call, and like I said earlier, find a baseline of what needs to be had for these marketplaces that are live now, so that when these other marketplaces and other projects come, because like I said, there's 2 more that I know off the top of my head, and who knows how many more are coming in the future. There's more marketplaces coming, and if everybody's still doing shit all types of ways, and it's like a fucking bag of Chex Mix or something, like with
it's
these
not even just
marketplaces.
it's projects. And we've actually seen, like, on the XRPL that, like, individual NFT projects or metaverse projects or X, Y, and Z might have enough funding to do things in a certain way, and then they've done it that way, and who knows if they integrate, who knows if they do X, Y, and Z. But it has to be like a like, I don't know. I just don't like XLS 20 just launches, and the verbiage from like different projects or whoever it is. And I know I don't see this from the marketplaces, but I see this from projects 1,000%, where it's like, we're the best project on the XRPL. Yeah, fucking great. XLS 20 literally just launched like fucking 4 months ago. You're the best project on something that's going to change 30 more times over the next 2 to 5 years. And hopefully you can keep up whenever everybody else decides to do something better than the best project and create a community and a network that actually functions in the NFT space. So, that's my only concern, is that like it has to get away from like it has to drive towards network value. What's going to be the best thing for the network? And everybody has to fucking concede and just build towards that. Otherwise, you're not going to get enough traffic to even justify your quote unquote best project bullshit that you're splurting out because you have fucking money and you're paying the community to tell everybody else that it's the best project.
All right, I know. Let's get back to the URI field. I hear you, Solomon. But Daniel, go ahead, Daniel.
Daniel.
And then after Daniel, I said I was going to read off these comments in the thing, and then EXO, and then Hamza.
I completely agree with what Solomon and XP Markets.
Oh my God, your microphone is terrible.
Robots tonight.
Hold on. How about now?
You sound like a chipmunk.
Better now?
You have to know that his...
No, you're a chipmunk still. A chipmunk
if
robot.
You have a headset in, it's broken.
No. Yeah, take your headphones out. That happens to Valor all the time when we have like team meetings. Shit, you just kicked him down. If he takes his headphones,
he kicked himself down. Okay, so all right, here we go. Okay, so I got some DMs and some comments in the comment box, and you guys down there as well, right? If you guys want anything, questions asked, hit the request button or type it in the comment box in the right hand corner, or you can DM me. Okay. So let me ask you this, EXO, right? Like you said, there's two options in the documentation for how to do NFTs, right? The domain field and the URI field. But you're not offering, why don't you offer that same option to projects that are using your launchpad? Because I understand that projects that just mint on your on OXP that do not use the launchpad, which is, I guess, what you guys call your promotion, where you retweet that this collection is minting on the launchpad. That's launchpad collections, such as Bearable Bulls, right? The featured type of collections, and blockchain backers things,
Bearable
right?
Bull launch an NFT collection on the XRPL.
Yeah, they did on OXP. So so why don't you offer those same options to launchpad projects that may not want to use the domain method? Because is it also true that it's possible that something could, God forbid, happen to you or Kai, right? Who's going to control the marketplace, right? Is it going to end up like a FTX situation, right? If something, not the scammy part, right? But I'm saying like if FTX, I mean, if OXP just up and disappeared one day, what is going to happen with all those with the people's NFTs and the project's stuff, right? Like, where is their shit? What if your servers blow up? What if this, that, because you guys are controlling that? What happens then, right? What happens? So can you answer those two questions?
Yeah, great questions. Happy to address those. I think I'll start with the second one. First of all, I think it's a great thing that Kai and me both run this, so that will already reduce your chances of ever happening. But no, yeah. So the way that we work doesn't mean that a project is completely lost if on XRP. So very hypothetical, if on XRP completely ceased to exist as if hit by lightning or whatever. That doesn't mean that any project that has a large fat active is then completely technically doomed. The only thing they need to do is to actually put the URI, the actual IPFS URI in the domain field, mint out the rest of the theory, and then you're good. So yeah, you don't absolutely need on XRP to close your launchpad and move forward with your NFT theory. So that's question 2. What was your first question again? Too cold. Sorry for it's very early here.
Why don't you offer the URI option or the domain option to Launchpad to projects that are good, that do use your Launchpad? Because as of what I'm hearing and from what I understand, projects that use your Launchpad right now are forced, and they only have the one option, which is the domain field. So why don't you guys offer both options? You guys have funding. You guys are the biggest marketplace. You said it last night in the tweets. You expected all these other marketplaces to do what you guys were doing. And obviously, majority in a lot of communities, majority rules, and majority is outweighing you with you're the only marketplace, and a lot of the community, as far as buyers and investors, have complained and are complaining to you, and projects have complained to you about this domain part and not having the URI field. Why don't you just build the option? And it would eliminate all this shit for you guys, right? Like, because you can come back and just say, we have both options, and this project chose not to use the URI option. So go talk shit to that project of why they didn't want to use that, right?
Hey, I'm gonna hop off. Too cold.
All right, have a good one. Thanks for pulling up, Solomon.
Hey, but Cafe just topped on XRP in daily volume like less than a week ago. So a little bit of good competition going on in the space, which was really cool to see. By the way, to all the Pixel Apes guys down there. So yeah, I'm gonna hop off. Great space. Is too cold. I'm sorry for not getting you up in the last one. That was not intentional. I had a full panel. You're always welcome. As
no,
always.
It's all good. No worries.
And thank you, Vet. See you, Elephant Man. Bye, guys.
All right, have a good one. Be safe. Yeah. So what? Yeah. So why don't you offer the options for for projects using your Launchpad? That's the question.
Yeah. Long story short, there you cannot. Yeah. You simply cannot offer everything to. You simply cannot offer everything that partners or clients would potentially want. We have. So you said we're funded. First of all, on XRP is not funded. There's no external party funding on XRP. On XRP, all the way in the beginning, got a small loan from Xpunks, and that's it. On XRP has never received money from Ripple or anything like that, and it's not ongoingly being funded by Xpunks or anything in that direction. So that is just I don't want that misconstrued in any way. On XRP has a good financial healthy situation, but it's not like OnXP is being funded by an external party or anything like that. So just in case that sounded like that for anyone, that is not the case. Then, yeah, in the end, Tuchel, and I tried to explain this as well in the Twitter messages, we're running a business and we have limited resources to build a finite set of features. That's how simple it is. So when I want to offer a second feature to a client or a partner, it will cost me money to build that feature. So I have to make a cost-benefit analysis based on internal and external variables to see whether that cost-benefit analysis.
What about all these other marketplaces had to build this second option to show your guys' NFTs? I mean, it's the same thing.
You can argue that by us not offering that option to projects, we're giving free business to our competitors who offer that way of minting. So, you know, the full story, like you used the word force just now about projects minting this way. We're not forcing anyone to use our launchpad. We're not forcing anyone, and I make a very, very clear point internal with our BD guys, like make sure projects are well informed. We have an article written about this. We refer them to that. They're like, people need to know what they're like in the end. Like I can never take full responsibility for how or why a project that mints with us or our competitors makes the choice that they do. I hope if you're a professional NFT project, that you're well informed about the technicalities and that you ask the right questions as well to your marketplace. We try to be as straightforward and as open about it as possible. If people do not want to mint with the domain field method, then OnXP right now is not the right place to mint with. But yeah, we explain very clearly this is why we're using the domain field method. These are the benefits that you have, and those benefits have been utilized already by several projects. So you had Junkies doing the late reveal. We have had a number of projects, which I will not name, of course, for their reputation's sake, that actually found out by their community, like, hey, there's actually mistakes in the metadata. Can we do a metadata push to update this, etc. So there are benefits to the way that we work that we highlight to projects, and there are downsides to the way that we work that we highlight to projects. That is how an open market and a decentralized market should work, in my opinion. So that's my answer. But just to reiterate, this isn't to say that OnXP will never offer that method as a batch minting method. I have always said I am a big proponent to offer as many features as possible, but in the end it will always be there's a backlog and there's priorities, and it isn't as simple as saying we want it and it will be there tomorrow, you know, let there be light. Then I want to reflect just on one more thing, because there were so many interesting things being said before I got these questions from Tuchel by various people who spoke, such as XP Market, and that is, I think, what all of this comes down to really is how should a market go about standardizing best practices, especially when the market is in the developing stage. Like, should there be a central body with the biggest players that make these decisions and then force them top down by fiat on all the new entrants? I don't know. I strongly believe that is not the spirit of blockchain. So whether that is now whether we should be doing that right now, look, we have a body that is actually creating this documentation, and we already see that even though they write the documentation, some people don't agree with it, and they are completely free to not agree with it, and then not implement that in their product. You know, so. I think the only way for on the long term, things just go in a Darwinian manner in the long term. You know, people build what they're building. Users and customers respond to that a certain way, and yeah, at a certain point you have a standard. Obviously, it remains very, very healthy that we have these open conversations, and I'm super happy that you did this space so that we can reflect on it. I do want to make sure to have noted, like, hey, if we are now talking about moving towards having like a central body that is standardizing this and basically creating some sort of ISOs on these things, I'm not sure to what extent that actually will work, and I'm not sure if that is really the spirit of decentralization that we want to move forward with.
Yeah, totally right. No, I'm actually totally with you here, Bastian. I'm myself not a huge fan of like basically having a tea party together and getting a standard something out, because that is enforced by a group of people but not by the community. So I think that is totally right. And by the way, thank you for coming up to this stage and talking about it. I think this is very healthy to have the discussion. But should we go first over the hands? I think Daniel is almost.
Daniel was up, and then Hamza, and then back to Chris.
My sound correct now?
Before I just want to manage expectations. We've been in the space for a bit. I did have to switch. I'm sitting outside there, as you might hear, because I'm actually in Japan. It's super early in the morning. The missus is still sleeping. So I'm sitting outside. I have no access to electricity or anything. And I had to use my tablet because my phone isn't connecting to Twitter Spaces for some reason. My battery is getting low. Just want to make sure that I have some time left, but not very much. Just want to.
Yeah, thank you. Then Daniel, go ahead.
Am I fine now? Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, don't know. NFTs are stupid. Twitter Spaces are stupid, but I think both have the potential to get better. Actually, what I wanted to say is I agree with what XP Market said and what Solomon said. So first of all, marketplaces and projects, they're always looking just at their own shit, right? I guess not a lot of people have been dealing with all the 700,000 individual NFTs that are out there. And from my point of view, a very big problem is everyone was awaiting the launch of XLS 20. It took us over a year. Everyone was talking about all that stuff. Over $4 million have been pushed into that ecosystem. And then up on launch, and let's say the last 4 months, what we have seen is utter bullshit. Marketplaces can't talk to each other and figure out how to do stuff right. Projects not pushing marketplaces enough to figure solutions. And then people coming out and be like, oh, we shouldn't enforce this on people. Yes, you fucking should. The XRPL is not the first blockchain having NFTs, right? So,
but what problems are you talking about, Daniel?
Daniel, I don't think you can. I mean, it is exactly. Like this whole thing. It is in the documentation about the domain field, and literally, this whole space now here is about. Basically, all marketplaces or basically everyone saying that you shouldn't use that method, but it wasn't the documentation, So if the sole core cause of what we're talking about now, it's just already the proof that I don't ever see that happening. Forcing it top down, it just I don't see it happening. So I think if that is the expectations that we are all going to abide by what some central body is saying that should happen. Well, it would have been in my benefit if that actually happened, because then we wouldn't be sitting here, and then this problem would have never been there.
What you're telling me is you're asking me what the problem is while having a conversation about over an hour about what the problem is, and then right after you're giving me the question, you're saying this is the problem. The point is, if you guys know that the documentation is not ideal and it leaves room for interpretation, why didn't the marketplaces come together and be like, this is one of the issues, we need to go back to the drawing board and fix this so we all agree, and the most minimum set of info we can all work with, because that didn't happen. Otherwise, if this wouldn't be a problem and the documentation is wrong, while we're having this conversation, it's the responsibility of players and projects to figure out what's wrong, what's not working, and how to fix this. Or am I wrong about this? I mean, what are you expecting? This is going to go away by itself?
On the long term, you see with markets like this, like certain methods, people will either adopt a method or it will not be adopted. That is how it goes on the long term. And I know that sounds really frustrating, but there's no such thing as a new industry where everything is standardized from the get-go. There's a Darwinian principle at play here. That is what decentralization is all about.
No, that's not decentralization. That's trying to outlast the other one. So I'm like saying, well, it's a tough market. Not everyone will stay. Someone will die, and whoever remains is right. Other than saying, okay, let's come all together and figure a solution. You can't be like, oh, we can't do this. Yes, you can. You guys just don't want to.
No. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be communication. I wouldn't be here if I believed that. What I very specifically said is if there's going to be some top-down central body, I just don't see that happening, because the only example that the whole reason that we're having this conversation is proof that.
Everyone dead?
It's Daniel's fault.
It's not my fault. I mean,
no, Twitter rugged the shit out of me, y'all. I just heard of in my ear, and then the call was just gone. Fucking haters. So that you want to get back up here, XP. So where we left off was somebody was saying there shouldn't be a standard because that's not decentralization. But
no, like there shouldn't be someone from top to bottom telling people what to do. And my point is, well, you guys had time enough to figure a fucking solution that failed. You can't come down now and be like, oh yeah, the documentation is not clear, so we have several ways of doing this, blah blah blah. Because, and that's what I was trying to tap into what XP Market said. Look, it's fine if your little marketplace is doing all the stuff and it's working fine, and you're telling a project and you're just working with a specific party to get shit working, right? There are other people in this ecosystems who want to work with the whole data, right? And if we have 5 different solutions because there are 5 different interpretations on how something is used, that's shit. Then we should aim for making stuff as easy as possible, not for the players that are already here, but for people that come in. And I can tell you, as someone who did this, syncing the first 4 weeks of data in, passing all the metadata, getting all this stuff since the XLS 20 came into place is a fucking nightmare, because no one knew what they were doing. There have so many people playing around and leaving their garbage on the ledger, which is a real pain. So now 4 months in, we know nothing. Not everything is ideal. So the top players, and you can define the top players however you want, but a bunch of people should come together and be like, okay, this is what we're all doing. We should figure out what we make the standard. right? And if a specific field can be used in more than one way, there's a nice trick. Just put all the options in the fucking documentation. I'm not even saying just pick one possible solution for whatever you're doing, but how about making the documentation good? And then you can't be like, oh, but someone else did this. But just, I mean, you're the people using that. If you figure something, just maybe make an amendment to it. It's not that hard.
See, Daniel, with the, so first, XRP Cafe is supporting the way how, and I think many others as well, but they're supporting the way that on XRP is minting their NFTs. So we do the API lookup. Okay, we do this mainly because we want to support the communities who have minted, basically with them, and they rely on that we do that to be able to be on our platform. So there was no communication obviously before that. Whenever there is a good way or bad way or whatever. The thing is, in my opinion, is should we, now that we realized, right, the pros and the cons of this, continue doing it that way? I'm not looking back to, like, oh, the people who minted in the first batch or whatever, or have minted previously. This is no means, like pointing fingers at those projects. I just want to make clear. It's just looking forward. Should we continue doing it that way? Because indeed, it has a lot of disadvantages that have counterparty risk, right? So in terms of the minting, because with the URI, if the wallet or the issuer gets compromised, right? Somebody could just delete everything from the domain field, black hole the issuer, and then nobody can do anything. The NFTs are gone, and this is bad. And depending on hooks, in my opinion, is not good, right? And you can tell anybody, like who's working with the XRPL and seed phrases, if you depend on one party to handle all of this, right? And a lot of these issuer accounts, by the way, are actually multi-sigs with a threshold of 1. So this is really not good in terms of security. And this is why I wanted basically to talk with, or have, the OXP guys up here, just to protect them. Like if they get compromised, a bunch of projects are in trouble, and it's bad for a whole ecosystem. And yeah, basically that.
Okay, but that doesn't go into the thing of you guys or we guys should get our shit together. So first of all, of course, you support the way on XRP is doing their stuff because it's your biggest competitor and you want to deal with their shit, right? That's easy, and I think that's not really a conversation to have. And same goes for OXRP, who is supporting almost all the other ones, because I did this in the early beginning, minting on every single of the marketplaces. We had this available and then figured out who can work with what. So some marketplaces can list more than others, right? And it's for one or the other reasons, but Cafe and on XRP usually are the best. They're listing almost everything. And it's obvious why they do that. So that's not really the argument. The argument is, if you all know, or we all know, there are issues, then we should be good enough to figure out how to solve this, which is either make the definition of something or change the documentation.
Yes.
So we don't run into these problems moving forward.
Yes, and this is a point. But I myself tried actually, to push the change in the documentation. But this is something where you can easily die on that hill. It is very, very difficult to change that up with, like, okay, for myself, I don't know if more people would come together that would change anything, but it would not change the project that already minted with them, right? And the project who already minted with them, they need, in my opinion, to get supported, because I mean they minted already that way. Like, what should they do, right? You can, should they remint? No, I think that's not a good option. It's just, as I said in the beginning, how are we going to do it moving forward, right? We should not continue doing it moving forward, but backward support, in my opinion, should be the case, because they already minted, and what should they do? I mean, I'm more with the project and feeling with the communities, because not everybody maybe was aware how the minting works, right? They just said, hey, here's my stuff, let's go ahead, and they're basically dealing with the aftermath.
Question
yeah.
for Vet, and XRP Cafe, and I see X Dudes down in the audience there too, so maybe he could answer this as well. Understanding that Bastion indicated that in order for OXP to support the other method of minting, that that would cost development money. I'm curious how much of the funding that you received from Ripple or the venture capital that you got had to go towards supporting their minting method. Thank you.
So we self-funded everything, and the grant, I think, is still not paid out or something. It's just recently we self-funded everything. There is no venture capital money involved.
Yeah, they just were announced grant winners. So I think projects who were just announced Wave 4 grant winners have not received any funding yet. So
I
let's be clear on that.
tell you what is the pain, okay, from a marketplace perspective with supporting it, okay? Because there's a different pain for a project, okay? The project has the issue, hopefully nobody gets compromised, and my NFTs are worthless, basically, because they show nothing. This is their risk. As a marketplace, this is not our risk, because we don't deal with that, right? This is not our job. The marketplace issue is basically you deal with the pre-minting. This is a total different thing, but you deal with the pre-minting, and basically NFTs only get labeled by the API once they get minted, right? Because there's already a mint that took place, but a mint with the what is it called? With the user. Okay, so they get put. So as soon as that NFT gets moved out of the wallet and put to the project, sorry, to the minter, then the API tells it, when you query it, okay, this is what this NFT is. The issue is for us, as a marketplace. I'm up here as Vet, but as a marketplace in the cafes, we grab the ledger data. Okay, so we grab the ledger data, so we see these pre-minted NFTs, but we cannot label them because the API yet did not give them, what they are, what they look. So we kind of juggling with them and have to wait until they get minted. This is the challenge and it's really a challenge because it's clogging up a lot of stuff. It takes up developer time. I know it's a big headache. This is our pain, okay? The pre-minting stuff is our pain. The project pain is, as I said in the beginning, API hooks comes not, I don't know, and all this stuff. This is two separate things I would separate.
Hamza, and then Club XRP, and then NF Tempo.
So wait, are you indicating to me then that XRP Cafe has not received funding from Ripple at this time, and it because that contrasts the tweet that's pinned above, and I just wanted to clarify this.
Yeah, he probably, I mean, he said they are not the only one. Yeah, we did not. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Okay. You're right, because we did not get any funding yet, and we started also very, very late. We put a lot of hours, I can tell you. I think the time people saw their families was not much, so we really grinded a lot, and you see that.
Well, then congratulations on flipping OXP in daily volume with no funding. Well done, and kudos to you.
Thank you. Yeah, but this is not. Yeah, I mean, thank you, Hamza. I know that support is.
This is what forces some people to have to feel like we're in this internal battle, guys. Like what is the purpose of that?
Get over it. It's bullshit.
Yeah. I don't even understand. I was super happy to see XRP Cafe crushed it that day. What about the other 93 days? And then me saying that makes it look like we're a team on XRP, and we're not. But it's just like, this warring needs to stop, man. And it's honestly like
no. This I really wanted to make clear. It is really not about the project. I said this in the beginning. I'm all for, because it was about, hey, how should we support this or something? Like here in the talk. But in my opinion, we totally should, because these projects have no, basically, say in this, and they just rely on having that support. And I'm all for supporting them, continuously supporting them as they are. My question was in the beginning, and it's still in the beginning, and I would always question that to Kai and Bastian. Now that we learned all this, why should we continue doing it that way? It's all about the continuing, not about what happened. What happened, okay? And we have to just deal with it, and it's everybody's equal. It's all fine. It's just, should we continue doing this and accumulate basically that that issue, right? Because it can be an issue in the future if, let's say, 50% of all NFTs that have been minted on the XRPL do rely on one single API that should not go down. Because if that API goes down, then the project has an issue. Like you should be concerned. I'm not concerned as a marketplace. I'm not concerned, but as a project, you should be concerned, and you should say, hey, we should stop doing it going forward, because many projects want to have more collections, right? Second collection, third collection, and so on. And to kind of have a control here. This is the whole topic, I would say. This is the whole topic, because what happened.
Well, for sure, but nobody seems to ask why we're not concerned. Also,
I was gonna get there. Let's get to Club XRP again, right? Where this isn't just about OXP, right? This is education on both aspects, but there is an issue with the marketplaces that we as a community feel the marketplaces should come together and find a minimum solution for what both standards are being used right now, right? So I talked with Robbie yesterday privately for about an hour, and he educated me on the URI field on both aspects, right? So please, Robbie, from your standpoint, right? You've minted collections using both methods from various marketplaces, right? You launched a collection on OXP, you launched collections on I think Cafe, right? And then you minted yourself as well. So you've utilized pretty much every method that the XRPL has to offer. So from your viewpoint, what are the pros and cons of the URI field? How important is it, and all of that stuff?
I would say let Rippleton and NFT Tempo get out whatever, and then let me go on a mini tangent of recapping some of what I talked to you about yesterday in like an orderly fashion, I guess.
Okay, sounds good. Go ahead, Rippleton. Yeah. Oh no, NFT Tempo was first, and then Rippleton.
Yeah, I'm just going to sort of jump in as almost the middleman here to this. In a few months prior to this, I was the compliance officer over at on XRP. I've spent a lot of time working with Kai, Basti, and Louis, the entire team there. So to sort of balance this off, I think I can speak for everyone here. We're not coming from a place of malice when we sort of criticize platforms. At the core of it, we want the best for the XRPL. So I think, Vet, you raised a fantastic point about how we can evolve this space. I think the best solution to, I wouldn't call them issues, but, how do we change for the better what's, currently done on the XRPL? And the best way is, as platform innovators, we have essentially a duty to just innovate ourselves. And if other people think, yep, that's the way forward, it will be adopted. But I would say from on XRP's side, I've got a lot of sympathy for how they created the platform. It was fully bootstrapped. The funding they received from Ripple did go 100% to the Eden project. Not a penny of that went towards the marketplace itself. So I just wanted to sort of clarify that one a little bit. But just to be the sort of voice of diplomacy in the room, I think we all need to, I wouldn't say criticize other projects, but almost hold each other to account so we can create a much better space overall. I think that's how we can, really advance the XRPL. So I think healthy criticism is something we absolutely need in this space.
Thank you, NF Tempo. Rippleton.
Yeah, he's basically stolen my thunder, but I was just going to say pretty much the same thing. I think what's important, is that the XRP Ledger has given the marketplaces a toolbox from which they can build their marketplace. There are obviously a number of ways of which they can go around using those tools to produce what they're doing. But I think for the safety of the people that are using those marketplaces and the owners of the NFTs and for the projects themselves, what's important is to reach an agreement on some minimum standards that need to be met amongst yourselves, so that we don't get into the same old problem of what happened with XLS 14. You know, we had XLS 20 on the horizon, and XLS 14 came along, bastardized everything, and we're falling into exactly the same trap again. You know, we are creating problems by not talking to each other, and I think it's important, so that if there are issues with the XRP ledger, the actual standard itself, and it needs fixing or bugs fixed, then that needs to be brought to the attention of the relative people, and the bugs fixed, amendments made, and things sorted. But I think as an industry that is very young, we need to get away from who got paid what, and who's been funded by who. That's irrelevant. At the end of the day, you have a toolbox for which to build something, and if you choose to build it, but try and get some common ground so that everyone has a minimum set of standards that is suitable to everybody within the space. It's a shame that it's gone like it is, but we do need to move forward and put history behind us and work towards making it a better environment for all.
But see, I think where a lot of the community is upset when it comes to the funding aspect, right, is just like, right, Cafe,
Forget the funding.
No. Hold on, Rippleton. Hold on. Let me finish saying what I have to say. Yeah, I say forget the funding, right? Like Vet just said, Cafe and them, they built it, right? Before they've been working before they got the grant. They still don't have the grant money. But where we're at today is basically OXP, a lot of people feel they had a head start, right? People feel, okay, they say they didn't get no money, but people feel otherwise, whatever. So let's just say it like this. People feel they got funded for OXP. People feel they have the budget for marketing, and of course they're advertising and this and that, and attached to the marketplace is, everybody knows, their NFT collection XPunk. So they have a lot of first mover advantages. That's what people are like frustrated about. Like, if you're supposed to be the leader, then you're not bending to meet the rest of the community obviously, like you just said, right, we need to move forward and stop having this conversation. But the conversation continues to be had because they're not bending and meeting the community and everybody halfway, but everybody else is bending to them. It's like they have this prima donna attitude, right? It's like,
whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? At the end of the day, people vote with their feet. If a project doesn't meet the requirements of a person using that project, they'll go somewhere else. And the thing is, build better. If there's a problem with that marketplace that doesn't satisfy the demands of the people using it, then build something better that does meet those demands, and you will get the custom, and you will extinguish that other project by virtue of them not. It doesn't mean that they're the biggest and greatest now. You can still squeeze them out of the market by building better and fixing the problems that they have. And I think that's the important thing, is that rather than just accommodate their problems, if you believe there's a problem, don't accommodate the problem by matching them. Just build better.
Yeah, but
and
I agree.
Yeah, but a lot of people also, a lot of the marketplaces also don't have, because I've heard Kai himself say it, right? They use Ripple developers, right? Like they have a lot going for them versus everybody else. I wish I could build something, right? I don't know how to build shit, but I wish I could.
Yeah, but look, Tuchel, what I want to add on what Rippleton said is, This is basically why this discussion, and not only this, but some other spaces where basically held to talk about this, because people, you said people would kind of vote with their wallets, or the project would be aware. This was basically the issue. People were not aware. Okay, so they thought minting is just a one-way street. Okay, so there is only one way of doing it, but we found out there is more than one way of doing it, and both have pros and cons. I totally agree. Like I said, the pros of the other option is you can change the metadata. The con of it is you can change the metadata, and some other issues that I've mentioned with like you would have for immutability, you would have to wait for hooks, right? Because you cannot black hole it, royalties, and all these other stuff. And I'm not here to say you should never, or you're not allowed to mint that way, because it's a decentralized ledger, and I think things will weed out. But in my opinion, okay, it is just very, very important to highlight what you get when you mint that way, right? When you do it that way, what are your pros and cons? And if you still want to do it, then you should go ahead and do it, okay? But projects, especially like artists, they are not necessarily tech savvy, right? They just need to get this info to know, okay, this is what I would get by doing it, and or not. Okay, this is basically the why this space was held, or these other spaces, just to educate people. Hey, these are the options, and these are the pros and cons. That's it, and you make the decision. Okay, you make the decision, and if the decision is, hey, I want to do it that way, then go ahead. I'm not here to say you should it should be like forbidden to mint that way, because it's a decentralized ledger. People would do it anyway, or whatever. It's more about education and to really highlight what you get. This is my point.
All right, 100% off of that, right? It's about education. So let's get to Robbie, and because he had a lot of information that was I thought was very knowledgeable, that he informed me of yesterday during our private conversation. So go ahead, Robbie.
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna try not to miss anything. I'm a little tired. It was a late night of development, but it felt disingenuous to not join into the discussion. But as I told you yesterday, I wanted no part of this discussion, because what happens is a lot of gray areas are missed, where a question can be asked and there's like a yes or no answer, but there's also many answers in between. I think an example I've given before is like, if someone stole a candy bar when they were 5 years old, and then they're 42 years old and get accused of stealing like a car, and someone says, have you ever stolen anything in your life? The answer is yes, but it's a nuanced answer, because maybe they didn't steal that car, right? So with the URI thing, I'll just lead with, we have minted with URI method on everything that we did a private minter with. We did private minters because we didn't trust any marketplaces at the time when everything was new, not because we thought they were dishonest, but because it was so new. We knew that we weren't going to be the first ones that got our mint sniped for rares with URI method. We weren't going to be the first ones that got our mint hacked for 1,000 NFTs that get minted for free. So it was like, and I mean, one of the aspects was some of this has been spoken about with on XRP in the past, way back in the day. And the way I feel is it is their business and it is their launch pad. And if I, as a project, want something that they're not offering, then it's up to me to go find somebody that does it or build it myself. And that's why we've done the Baby Apes mint through a private minter, the Rich Ducks claims and mint through a private minter, right? That's just what we decided to do. Another thing that's a little disingenuous is nobody, especially us, were tricked at all into using this domain field method. It was discussed at length, many details that like are not even in the public or are not even issues that we thought might be issues. And we were super comfortable moving forward because they worked really hard to kind of address all this stuff. With that being said, what Vet said, the biggest problem with the domain field, let me rephrase this. I feel like we're focusing not on the right things. If you guys do want to have a discussion amongst marketplaces to come to some sort of standardization, because it always goes to a place of this one's better than that one. I like these people more than those people, or these people are evil and these people aren't. Okay. The biggest problem that can never be solved is the trustless issue, which this I do have a personal problem with, just from the standpoint of technically, like Vet says, an advantage of the domain field method is you can change the metadata if you screw up or you're trying to do something dynamic. The downside to the domain field method is you can change the metadata. So it does require a level of trust. Me personally and Club XRPL, we have the utmost trust for OnXRP because they're leaders in the space. We've known them for a long time. We've met them in person. They've met many people in person. They put in boot and sweat equity, traveling all over the world, taking 12-hour flights, networking, meeting people. They're out there doing it. Yay for them, right? Now, XRP Cafe, love those dudes, love their tech, love their coder mentality. We hope to do more and more with them as well. So no one's really like on a side here in terms of Club XRPL. But I will say that the fact that technically the domain or the issuer can get like hacked or lost, and then the metadata changed like forever, that is kind of an issue for me personally, that as soon as this space is over, I'm going to huddle up with some partners and probably rectify that so nobody brings Club XRPL into that discussion as well. That'll probably involve just straight up blackballing our account, never issuing another NFT from it, and giving up all royalties, personally. As for everything else, like the URI method is also trustless because you also have to trust that the issuer is not going to issue more NFTs under that taxon or do something else nefarious, right? So the reality of it is, whether it's domain field or URI, you always have to trust the project to some extent that you're not going to get screwed over on your NFT collection. You know what I mean? But the other thing that is missed constantly that drives me crazy is that nobody has gone off of the OnXRP launchpad yet that started on the OnXRP launchpad. So the centralized metadata API, yes, their server could go down and then temporarily you can't see your NFTs. But once you're off the launchpad, they do at least pin it to IPF permanently, which is what the bulls are going through over the next coming days. So does that solve the issue of we could maliciously get our issuer hacked and then the domain field gets changed and now like everyone has a blank NFT? No, that is a vulnerability. And like I said, I'll just say right now, I think we're probably pretty willing to give up royalties and just fix that for our collection. As far as everything else, it doesn't solve the whole issue. I just feel like that's a super important part that is always missed, because lots of people in the community think that all of this issue is because everything points to their centralized API, which, if you want to say it's an issue, that's fine, but that's only an issue until they pin the domain field at least to IPFS, in which case, to be fair, it still does not solve the issue of everyone could lose their NFTs, right, if something were to happen with that issuer account. So just like speaking from experience, in my opinion, the best way to mint, if somebody was like, hey, what should I do? I'm coming from another network. If you have the skills, you should build a website and you should just build a private minter, because honestly, all the code isn't that hard. I have like 2 devs and they do everything in like 2 days. Most people should be able to figure it out. The problem you're going to have is getting eyeballs on your project unless you're going on a big shilling marketing spree, right? That's what leads to most people wanting to use XRP Cafe or OnXRP's launchpad. So going back to 5 months ago or 6 months ago, number one, the relationship was just very close. Number two, they were dominating the market. And number three, our responsibility is to put our collection in the best possible spot long term for our holders. And for me personally, at least at the time and still right now, there was really no competition, right? There was 6 marketplaces launching and only one of them would I even remotely consider. XRP Cafe didn't even exist yet. And when it did, even Vet can probably tell you, I probably annoyed the shit out of them constantly. Like, hey, I have all these other collections. We're going to private mint them. But if you've got room for them, we would happily like to do them on XRP Cafe to send eyeballs to marketplaces that are not only on XRP. That's always been our strategy. So for us, it's always been about how do we enhance multiple marketplaces. Of course, everyone's got their favorite friends in the industry and whatnot, but we don't agree on everything, including the main takeaway that you say too cold, which is I've been telling them for like 3 months, if you just offer this other option as an option, that you'll basically take all of the business and no one will ever be able to like whine about anything on Twitter Spaces ever again, because she'll just literally give both options. But also what's funny about that is that they do support for the URI method. So it's not that XRP Cafe or on XRP are not supporting secondary trading from any of the methods. They all support each other. It's just a simple fact that if you want to use OnXRP's business model and you want to be on their splashy little billboard page and you want them to tweet about your mint and be on the actual launch pad, then they do things a specific way and you can use it or not. It's just, that's just how I see it.
I think I completely agree there, and I think we all need to identify how quickly the XRPLs essentially advanced from the technology standpoint. This time last year, NFTs were a vision for the XRPL, and you look at the work Kai and the team has done, and it's remarkable. They've basically transformed the XRPL from having the possibility of NFTs to it being a reality, and obviously, there's going to be valid criticisms from community members to any platform, and I think as community stewards, we all have a duty to listen to these criticisms. Some of them may be valid, some of them might just be personal opinions, but I think it's a very positive way to address the market if we can basically self-govern and correct things that we view as positive behavior for custodianship and stewardship. I think that's how we can keep evolving this space and keep growing, because we're all here for a reason. We believe in the NFT technology, and I think it doesn't matter what hat you've got on. It could be XRP Cafe, it could be on XRP, it could be anywhere else, but we're all here because we like the XRPL, we like the XRP community, and I think we've all just got to remember at the end of the day we are all XRP community members, and I think we need to put the knives down and be a little bit nice to each other at times as well.
This is not about knives, and it was talking about fights, and this is nothing about it, because as I said, we as Cafe, we don't care, because we just show it up, and we had issues on our end. We just were talking also with on XRP. They were very friendly. Just want to be upfront here, very friendly with us, all good. We discussed it, and we figured out how we can still support it and show everything, and we right now do. It is about, as I said, it is about education, and so to make sure what disadvantages you have and what not. And Robbie was pointing out the advantages and disadvantages. I have to say it is not necessarily the same, right, as a project just obviously mints stuff, because an NFT that I hold should not change, right? If the issuer issues more, then he issues more, but my NFT should not change. The stuff that I hold, I should really be in control of it. And
yeah, sure, of course. And like I said, just to tie all this off, because like I said, personally, I personally, I can't speak for other people on the team that might have thought about it. I did underestimate that there was no finality point. See, like what most community people miss that don't work with them directly is that there's 3 stages that planned for an OnXRP launchpad: centralized API launchpad period, then pinned to IPF permanently. Eventually, the goal was black holing. A month ago, I realized black holing really doesn't make sense, and that hooks may not ever come, and some devs think it will never come, right? I mean, we don't have to get into that, but that is, you can't defend the undefendable, right? So the fact that the permanent IPFS link, even when pinned, is at risk, that doesn't sit right with me personally. So like I said, for the Bearable Bulls collection, we'll probably see if there's something about to where we can just give up royalties, right? But seeing how you guys have worked though, and working with them, pointing your stuff to Domain Field to display it, our other stuff with our eggs,
sure.
Hopefully none of my comments make it seem like you guys are even adding to any of the toxicity, because I actually feel like you're
I didn't want to put that you guys were saying that we would do that, but I
real quick, it's I would just say that that's what's confusing for some of us projects also, is that it seemed like maybe an issue 2 or 3 months ago. From my vision, a lot of what was talked about for the last hour, I don't even see these issues, right? Except for the black holing, issuer could be changed if it's not black hole's issue. What I mean is, marketplaces seem to display NFTs from each other. Everybody seems to be able to list, buy, sell from each other. Wallet viewers seem to be able to work. There doesn't really seem to be any issues. The issue is the core one, right? Which is it's not completely trustless, and there is some inherent risk or trust involved needed with that. And I would say that issue should maybe be the focal point of discussion when these come up, right? Rather than like, why aren't they doing this or that with their launch pad? Like I actually think they're very nice, hopping on all these Twitter spaces all the time in the middle of what they're doing. If this was me, I think anyone that's ever heard me talk before knows I'm kind of an asshole. Like, I would literally be like, just don't use the launch pad, guys. Like, we're not talking about this. Like,
no,
but I would also offer URI.
I'm not, also advising against or whatever. And I'm also not devaluing anybody who, minted the other way, like with the domain field or something. This is why I wanted to point that out very clearly, because many great projects minted that way, and this is, totally fine. And as you said, right, you don't have any negative effect, right now on the XRPL. If you move across the platforms or whatever, everything works just fine. The points that was brought up, right, and I wanted to put a highlight on it, especially on the blockchain, where we sometimes deal with very weird scenarios where, as I said, there could be something that gets compromised or something, and then suddenly everybody talks about it and is surprised that it was even possible. Okay, it's like, why do you have a car insurance or something? Just when shit hits the fan.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that literally freaks me out.
And
I actually can't wait to get off this spaces and
I mean, I don't want to. I'm not pushing anybody, to do that, obviously, because this is like a big step. My point in the beginning was how we think going forward doing things, and how we communicate this with people. If you just clearly lay out, hey, this is the pros, this is the cons, this is the risks, but this is also the advantages, right? And nobody is discriminating you, whatever you do in this instance, but just be aware that, as you mentioned, you cannot have immutable metadata in this instance until we have hooks. And if you're totally fine with this, then hey, go ahead. And we have whatever security measurement. I don't know what on XRP.
Well, you mean it can't be immutable until you black hole, in which case you won't get royalties.
Yeah, exactly. This is a trade-off. This is what basically the argument where you're doing, hey, nobody would really black hole it because they want the royalties, therefore they wait for hooks, which may or may not come, as you said. And
most people know we've really only promised one thing over the last year, right? Which is, we love PFP art. We're going to dominate it, and they're going to be OG art that lives on the chain forever. So, like I said, I don't want to put my foot in my mouth, but we're definitely going to look at removing ourselves, at least, can't speak for other projects, from the immutable discussion, right?
Yeah, and I also wanted to say this with because I have been hearing that Cafe is supporting that method, therefore you're kind of endorsing it. I just want to make sure this is not an endorsement, okay? That Cafe is supporting that method. It is really because we like the project, and we know we're in talks with many of them, and we want to support the communities there, and we don't want to exclude anybody just because the way they minted. I mean, because this is not their fault or their issue in many cases. And they shouldn't be devalued. So the community should not feel any different, right? Not discriminated just for whatever. This is why we support it. This is not an endorsement. So we are not saying, oh, because there were talks about, oh, you support it, therefore you endorse it. This is definitely not the case.
Yeah, I think that's just how people see it. I've always seen it exactly how you guys have wanted to see it, right?
Yeah.
If it was up to you, nobody would be doing it. But it is something that, for better or worse, was in the docs, and it's there, right? And the majority of the NFTs that have the most volume and the most holders are, for better or worse, through that method. So you guys are going to support it, right? And you did it quickly. So I don't think you are endorsing minting through that method at all, nor do I think anybody else is. And yeah, like I said, super appreciative of everything that you guys have done, behind the scenes discussions you and LXP have to make it all work. But yeah, I mean, we have the ability to use anyone's spinner. We have the ability to use OXP's launchpad. We have the ability to mint it ourselves. For us, we understood any risks or pros or cons, with the exception of the point that it's going to take some work to get it to completely immutable. Like I said, that is sitting a little odd with me right now. So,
real quick, so Gadget, I see you. I have a whole bunch of comments from the last call, right, that I wasn't able to get to. A whole bunch of questions that have to do with the URI topic and all of that. So we got one right here. If we got our URI from an IPFS subscription service like Pinata Cloud, would the metadata be lost if the subscription is ever canceled?
So how that works is, okay, IPFS is a different it's a topic, but you could have a space by that. So how it works, if you pay Pinata the subscription, you basically pin that image, so it is available for people to request very, very quick, because they know who or which nodes basically hold that. If you don't do that, it gets unpinned, and unpinning is not good. Okay, unpinning is something you should highly avoid, because it won't be requestable pretty much. So if you query it, it will time the nodes will time out pretty much.
Okay, and then I have. Go ahead, Claude.
So basically, what he's saying, guys, that most people don't know, is even when it's pinned to IPFS could break, and then you still don't have your NFTs. So yes, Daniel, it's all a scam.
Yeah,
that's I want to jump in on this. NFTs are fucking stupid. I'm sorry to say that, and I know I'm about to do something with the NFTs. It's so fucking funny, right? So yeah, there are other problems, but let's solve one at a time. If the documentation shit is solved, then we're gonna make this, I don't know, immutable, forever free space, because people obviously think that storage and bandwidth and all that shit is free, right? It's all like, yeah, Google gives me a terabyte of data for my emails. Yeah, fucker. What do you think where this shit's coming from? So I mean,
I haven't worked with Arweave since Solana 14 months ago. Is it the same as IPFS, or is it a little more permanent?
It is definitely more permanent. IPFS is contract based, you would say, and Arweave is blockchain based, or it's permanent because it's built into the blockchain. So with IPFS, it's basically as long as you pay in whatever cycles, could be yearly, every 5 years, 10 years, the storage providers to keep pinning, or the nodes keep pinning these files, they will be permanent. But you have to basically come back to it. With Arweave, it's basically a one-time payment. You pay once, and it's basically there.
Yeah, shortcutting before Gadget gets his say, don't worry, guys, I got a copy of all your NFTs. You can hit me up. I can send you your picture, print it out, send it in the mail, no problem. Photo quality, I got you.
And this was, by the way, Daniel from Casino Coin, and also validator on the UNL.
Yeah, you should buy Casino Coin for entertainment purposes. Right, I'm about to launch another project. You should support that as well. It's not a project; it's a product. It's for your JPEG stuff, and then you can all hail me for saving your shit. You're welcome.
Yeah, any of you guys think that Ripple gatekeeps the UNL? Just look at Daniel being on it.
I'm a reasonable, nice person, right? I'm just adding oil to the fire, so you guys come in and put it out and fix your stuff. I mean, I can talk like this because I have I have skin in the game, but I'm not affected, so I'm not competition. I can bitch about everything in regards to NFTs because, I mean, I can't do it worse than you guys. It's simply impossible.
Hey, just
Daniel, I think you overestimate the nicety of Scottish people. If you came here to start things, we'll fire back just as bad now.
Exactly.
No, I do think it's so nice to have almost the outside voice in the NFT market, because I think we all are guilty especially the crypto ecosystem, have all been, a little bit in our bubbles, and we sometimes need someone to come in and say, look, you're wrong. And we just need to be, cognizant of the fact there are other voices in the room. And I think, Daniel, I really actually enjoy having differing opinions. It's actually the reason I joined on XRP. I had the view which was NFTs in their current form were just a disaster on Ethereum. They're expensive, they're slow, and I look at Bored Apes, and there was no contracts or anything there. If you were buying NFT series, there's people who got bought in so they could be in the Discord group and were kicked out for whatever reason, and there was no user protection there, which basically codified that in a contract. So the user protection side was a disaster as well. So I've got the view that we actually need to have more people like Daniel throwing petrol into the NFT space so we can actually think, oh yeah, actually that is something we need to innovate on. And I think that goes for the entire blockchain industry as well. We need more Daniels.
Yeah, it's always good
Be
to
very
have
careful.
a shit talker calling out all the bullshit, right? Gadget, and then I'll get back to some more of these questions and comments in the chat box. And if anybody else wants to ask questions or has anything, hit the request button or type it in the chat box and I'll answer it. And oh shit, I skipped over you, Gadget, and then Crispy, and then Mega Man.
I was just going to sort of go on to say, when you're talking about previously about marketplaces having who had the market share, they have a responsibility, I think, is to try and do it the correct way. And I think correct sometimes is maybe a bad term, but I think what Vet said as well. Now we've learned that domain is supposed to be for domain, and a URI space is there for a reason. That's how it should be going forward. I think they now got a responsibility now to sort that out, and so we can then go forward. Like you say, past is past. We should learn from our past and go forward, because that's where we travel to the future. Need to speak more about that domain field and get more people using the domain field for what that's also what that should be used for. IPFS, pinning is definitely a thing, and it's more like a torrent. If someone stops torrenting it and stops sharing it and stop pinning it, then they will get lost. But that's what Filecoin is all about, and that's what like NFT storage, I think, uses Filecoin. So, which is also another, like you say, a completely different topic, and we can talk about that till on a whole nother space and take just as much long about the URO field. But I think that's what I was going to say. I'm sure there's something else, but I've forgotten. But we definitely need people like Daniel to throw fire, like Chris, as in Big Cat. Yeah, he is definitely someone who goes against the grain, and it's just a devil's advocate. You've got to sort of like sometimes he's taken the wrong way, but sometimes it's not doing it just to be an ass. He's doing it to question it. Like, is that the best way? Should this be the way? And and us geeks and nerds in the background saying, well, this is how it should be done. Just because you're not doing it and it works, and like Vet said, all the marketplaces have made the domain method work, but that's not to say that's not the best solution or the way it should have. I'm trying to steer away from saying should and correct, but there's a reason why they had a domain field and an email field and a URI field. They're supposed to be for that specific task. If they wanted to have that's what I was going to say. When we said about making it immutable, so changing these NFTs that have already been minted in this method, and they'll say they're going to change the domain field into the IPFS field, how is that going to actually correct it? Because unless you put the IPFS, and then you have to then place all the JSON files with a token file name, is that the way they're actually going to do it? I presume, because I can't find one that's done like this to even check.
So this is what's so tough about this discussion is that it hasn't happened yet. The bearable bulls of Club XRPL, those will be the first on XRP launchpad that use their centralized API, and then have them remove that and pin it to IPFS in the domain field. Which
how does that work? Because you can't at the moment. The API, what they're using now, is an API. It is a it grabs, you give it a token ID, and then it gives you the JSON file of that token ID.
Yeah.
So it uses that, and so if you've only got a domain field,
they would give it probably the directory. So they give it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So you can you would just have to basically take that hash and go the pathway with /1.json and so on.
And I know it's nitpicky. I know it's nitpicky. It just feels really relevant.
What I'm saying is, how do you know which token it is? Say, for example, if we've got token, a long string of, thing, that is a long string. There's nothing else on chain. It tells you which one it is, perhaps. Is that what you're saying? So you'd have to use the, what can't they call it now? So you'd have to use, because you've only got which one it actually is. So if you see what I'm trying to say, how do you get that JSON file? The only way to get that JSON file would use the JSON file of a token ID, would be the JSON file name. You can't have a .json. Well, you could have the token name, the JSON file as the token ID, and then put .json after it. Is that right?
It would be saying which NFT by token ID. I don't mean. I'm just going to keep using bearable bulls for example. By token ID, I don't mean bearable bull number 37 in the naming structure. Whatever that NFT object is on the ledger, the IPFS is going to be saying what token ID, what bearable bull number that NFT object is, I believe.
Yeah, but how you can't easily find that on the it's not listed in any kind of API. So say for example, I'm trying to find I was going to try and find one to quickly take a screenshot of, but the only information you get in the all the APIs is you get the NFT token ID, the issuer, the owner, the taxon, then the transfer rates, the flags, the sequence. Are you saying you'd have to use a sequence number to get that token? Let's say if you've got number 480, that is only 480 because it's been told it's 480 in the in the JSON file. If you haven't got the JSON file yet, you've only got the NFT token ID. How do you get which number? Is that literally by the sequence number?
No. The sequence number was a small issue they had when they first actually launched their XPunk collection, where the sequence number matched the token ID, which is actually part of why we didn't launch for like a week, because they wanted to fix it for us and make sure that it didn't happen to anybody else. So I can only speak to ours specifically. I actually, until recently, didn't even know what JSON file went to what, because I had them double scramble it for ours to just really make sure. So like what I mean is I sent them 10,000 JSON files right before launch. Those 10,000 JSON files obviously reference 10,000 images, but like that's been like all rescrambled. So I'm probably saying it wrong, but yeah, basically they remove their API that's saying what's what, and they pin all that data to IPFS more permanently.
But this is the problem. You just like for example, say you've got. We'll just take an example here. Your JSON file you had initially, obviously, you had an initial, say, 480. Your 480 JSON file would normally be referenced as a JSON file. Would normally match up with your URI field. You haven't got that URI field now, so you need to now match up JSON 480 with from your NFT token ID.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Gadget.
Oh, no.
The way you're thinking of it is correct. I'm just saying that it is scrambled so that you can't use it during the identify.
No, this is what I'm trying to say. If we can't even, if this is not straightforward, even talking about it now, how is someone who hasn't seen this method going to know which method to use?
Yes. Sorry. See what they would do in this case is they upload to upload. They would put into the domain field not a normal IPFS link to a directory where you would iterate through, because this is the exact problem that you said. How do you match the NFT with whatever metadata that you are querying? They would probably update a different JSON that looks different, where you have like basically a list of NF token IDs with the matchable IPFS hashes. Okay, so you would look up the IPFS at the domain field, sorry, and look. Okay, you have a list of NF token IDs, and each NF token ID is matched with an IPFS hash. So it's a total different lookup actually. Yeah, you would have to parse differently, definitely. Which is not an issue if you know you're already looking at the domain field. I would probably already have set in the code, okay, whatever you encounter there is probably looking like that. You have to iterate through the list of NF token IDs, get the matched hash, and then you can continue as you would usually if it would be in the URI.
And I can't say it
Also, you
enough.
have to get.
We just happen to have like a lot of holders, right? And I happen to like them, and I know how hard they work. But you're not going to see me or any part of Club XRPL like defending the domain method to the death, right? There are trade-offs. I'm just saying at the time the trade-offs were nominal. Most problems that people talk about, we don't see them. Our community doesn't see them. And like when we launched, all of this was explained to everybody, the difference, and that like there will be people that try to say this or that, and that parts of it are true, but the parts that aren't true are the ones that get talked about the most, such as it's always going to be a centralized API and stuff. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, the trouble is, if you're going from if I was, for example, if I now try and set up in a different sheet, or someone else comes in, the only way to find out this information is to talk to the project leader. That shouldn't, and find out how you're going to transcode the token, the NFT token ID to get the JSON file. That shouldn't have to be a thing. And they had a responsibility at the start. This is the trouble. They had they do have a responsibility, and going forwards, like Matt said, going forwards is the problem. And it's strange. Also, they do support the conventional URI method, because you can go on there and claim a collection, and they're brilliant. Just like there is getting them listed and all the details, brilliant. They are a really good marketplace. It's not like they aren't, but that method that they're still using, it is not very good going forward. It is clunky. It is the best way, and there's no way out of it, because you now can't use your domain field full stop going forwards.
I think Willie was.
Did I get rugged?
No,
Are you guys still
yeah,
there?
you're good.
Okay.
I think Willie had his hands up for a long time.
No. Crisby was first. He's been waiting for a minute, and then we'll get to Willie.
Oh, I didn't hear.
Hey, what's going on, Too Cold? Thanks for hosting this space. I appreciate it, and on behalf of, I'm sure, a lot of people in here appreciate it, just to kind of clear the air of all this stuff. But I just kind of want to jump in here and say that, as an artist in this space, trying to get in there with NFTs and in the crypto space, with something like a very Web2 traditional medium as acoustic guitar building, there's just like a lot of knowledge gaps in this space, and we're all under this kind of one umbrella, whether you're a dev, a project lead, or an artist. There's going to be disparities of knowledge that we all got to work together and close those gaps, because when those gaps are closed, we'll basically bridge us all together, and we'll become a stronger, more successful community, pushing forward this technology together, because it's just, in the sense of the world, it's so new, so there's going to be tons of growing pains. But these spaces are really necessary to get everybody on board with each other and create a space that gets, you know, people to know one another, because we're like, when it comes down to it, yeah, there's PFP pictures and stuff that we all kind of can hide behind, but behind that profile picture, there's like a real person. So, you know, we all got to just remember that, and we're all just kind of working through it together. Yeah, there's going to be mistakes and errors along the way, but you know, those are the things that make us stronger in the end. So, but yeah, I just want to say thank you guys for all this, for sure.
For sure.
And to that
Appreciate
point,
it,
real quick, it's
Crispy.
kind of a cop out answer, but like to the victor goes the spoils. Like the what some of us have built, or the community that we do have, would be harder on other networks. And the reason why a lot of us dove in here is because it is a new fledgling network that we can kind of help shape. So to everyone's point, that is why we need a standard, but that is also why, like, I mean, launching an NFT project on XRPL is not the best place to launch an NFT, period. Right? If you want to be like sustainable and profitable, right? It's just that simple. So like, yes, it sucks that there's not certain things talked about or information for certain people wanting to launch. But I also feel like everyone's done a great job, and that we don't give each other enough credit for what we have done over the last year. Education that everybody has, these type of talks. I mean, people are in the XRPL are generally informed, I feel like, as to what's going on. If you know, especially in terms of people running projects. But
Thank you for that, Robbie. Who's this? Willie Jack. Go ahead, Willie Jack. And then I'll get to some more of these comments in the chat box, questions and comments in the chat box. Go ahead, Willie Jack.
All right. What's up, guys? What's up, Too Cold? Daniel, how's it going, Vet? I haven't been around the XRP space in a while. I wanted to jump in. I know that it's about URI education and discussion. I don't entirely understand what a URI is. I'm trying to learn coding and things of that nature, so I hope to kind of get more versed on that. But I know that within this conversation there is the topic of NFTs, and I kind of had a question for people who might know a little bit more than me, and that question is, what does everybody think about the future of transmitting data via NFT technology? And when I say that, I mean in terms of like, I don't know if y'all ever seen the movie Fifth Element, but when when he gets into a car crash, he's got like points deducted from his license. I'm just wondering if like that's something that falls within the realm of the NFT technology, you know, like the data logging, the tokenizing, you know, information essentially. So I guess that's kind of, I'm just kind of curious about those types of things. If this is not the platform to ask that question, feel free to hit me up in the DMs and maybe we can talk there instead of taking up space here.
I think you're absolutely spot on when it comes to the you know, the informational side of NFTs. I've always had the belief that NFTs at one point in time in the future will be a method of basically transferring information and services, rather than being almost a product as a standalone product, so to say. And you know, one of the ways we're building this is using them for the transactions of music rights. We're basically fractionalizing the music catalogs of artists and basically selling these as, you know, fractional shares. And we use the NFT as basically the sort of the method of displaying the share of ownership in a song or a catalog. So yeah, that's sort of how we're doing it, and I completely agree. I think that is how NFTs can evolve, and I think it's a very exciting avenue when we start going down the informational route as well. And that gets even more mental when you start considering the rise of AI, which we're, I think, starting to witness as well.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. One of my main motivators in like learning coding and, you know, programming, developing, I don't even know the difference yet. That's where I'm at with that. But I know there is a difference because there's YouTube videos talking about it. But that's aside. That's aside from the point. My dream is to hopefully develop some sort of system like that would track experience across different industries, whether that be for employers or employees. You know, even speaking publicly about this could probably just get it out there into the world. You know, it probably help people. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, this is actually really good. Just to stay on top of the topic here, with Daniel suggestion about the change of the documentation. I think it's pretty maybe important to make sure it is worded very right, so that nobody who already minted that way is not getting like left out or something. So it still basically it just highlights, maybe more that it is not a one-to-one replacement of the primary option. I think that would do the trick already, at least for me. And keep that still, so that projects who already minted there are not alienated by any means. Okay, Daniel is unplugged now.
Sorry. Yeah, I was typing something. I'm having an argument about NFTs on the site, but
you can have that argument with us here too.
Yeah, it's super secret stuff, so I can't talk about that. I hope next week that will be different, and then I will be a pain in the ass on every single space I can get on, and annoy the shit out of everyone. But to your point of working on the documentation. So in hindsight of what we're trying to do right now is once we got the release sorted and get user feedback, and I mean a couple of people in this space know what I'm talking about, because you already got invites and you got access to the app we're building. So you also, I mean, I have this conversation with Vat a lot, and we agree and disagree on a couple of items. So I'm looking at the whole thing less, not from the perspective of a project or a marketplace. I'm only talking about the point of view when you work with the data that's on the ledger coming in late to the party, which is a pain 4 months into the game, and it will be a pain for someone coming in even later. So once we're done, we're going to compile something that will put out or lay out what pain points are and how these could have been avoided from our point of view, which goes back into the point, if people would have used specific ways of issuing their stuff, then there would have been less problems, which I'm then happy to push and be like, look, guys, we think that's the standard you should follow. And then we could open up a discussion about how to get documentation or specific solutions better. But, and that's what I tried to empathize earlier, and I'm sorry for being a bit anal about that, it's fine to have a conversation or a discussion and get everyone's input. That's what we should do. However, at some point, you need to come to a solution. And if that means someone has to step up and be like, that's how we should do it, and push this a bit, then that person or that group of people needs to be found, and they need to push this, right? We can have conversations about specific standards all the time, but if we keep talking, nothing gets done. And I agree with
motherfuckers need to get proactive with this shit, right?
Yeah, and I agree.
Like, I'm doing the best I can do, right? I'm not a builder. I am, I guess, a community builder, right? I host space calls. I bring up controversial topics. I talk about shit people don't want to talk about. I call out shit people don't. I'm doing my part, right? So a community member asked to get this call together. I got it together. Everybody's in here. Information is being passed. People are fucking learning. I'm learning more. Like, builders, like I'm doing my part. Y'all, like Daniel said, like, fucking get together and figure something out, like, to make it easier for us buyers, non-techie people, like the creators who just want to mint the NFT and don't have to, like Club, like Robbie, the next phase that you're about to go through, like, is that like do you have to do all that shit with the domain field and this or that and send the file, or do you send the files to them, or
No,
is
no, no,
it
no.
you that has to go in there and do all, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is just
Absolutely
another
not. All
layer
this
of
is
shit.
no, absolutely not. And that's why unless somebody literally applied to the XRP Launchpad, directly had conversations with them, and heard from their own mouth on exactly what would happen.
Oh, you kind of faded. You're faded out a little bit.
What about now? What about now?
Does he sound far away to y'all still?
Yeah,
Yeah,
a
you
little
sound
bit.
like you're.
But
Yeah.
Daniel was not done. Yeah, Daniel was not
Yeah.
done.
Okay. So actually, yeah. So what I wanted to say, I agree with what Robbie said, which means sometimes people have to move forward and just push their solution and put it out and be like, look, guys, this is the way. You want to adopt it or not, and then it's a case of the more platforms support a specific way of doing things, that's obviously becoming the way of stuff gets done. And if we can get at least 90% of projects and artists under one umbrella to begin with, right? It won't be a perfect solution at the beginning, but if we can agree like 90% of people doing stuff the same way, makes it easier for everyone else, and then it's a constant case of improving stuff. So I'm not saying everything we're doing right now is shit. I'm just it's still worse. Probably disconnect and come back, I would say.
So Daniel, you think like there is a third option besides the using URI, and second the domain? So that's the third one you have. Nah.
Well, I had the exact conversation with someone today, and I said, look, I'm the wrong person to tell a project what's the best solution for them, right? And if we now establish the fact that we have two different solutions, what we need to make sure is that there is a documentation that says these are the current two options, here are the pros and cons, that's for the issuer, but also allows other people who build stuff to look at the documentation and be like, oh, there are two ways. We need to be able to support both, because I can just talk from our experience. So what we encountered is halfway through the data, we figured out there are certain things people do different, and our API or our code couldn't handle that because that wasn't documented anywhere. So if I'm telling my devs, look at the documentation and build stuff the way it's written down there, and they build something and we end up with like 50, 60,000 errors, and I'm like, why the fuck is this happening? Didn't you read the document? And they're coming back, well, people do it differently. Then it's a lack or a problem in the documentation, and that needs to be fixed. And I would assume that getting the documentation fixed is easier than pushing people into a specific way of doing things. So I'm all at the current state. My suggestion is let's come together, fix the documentation, make sure everyone understands there are two different, as of now, two different ways of doing stuff. Here are the pros and cons. And if you are someone who builds tech, make sure your code understands both methods and can deal with both. And once we got that, then we have to figure out what's the next burning issue from user, coder, developer, and marketplace perspective, and then find a common ground. Because the feeling we're having is there is no common ground. So talking to 10 people and then opinions are split, right? Sometimes there is something really, really exotic, but it's a lack of documentation, right?
Okay, so you keep bringing up documentation. So as somebody who, right, regular person, non-codey, techie, devy, right? I'm just a regular Joe Schmo. As far as the documentation goes, what does it take for the documentation to be changed? Is it a vote that the validators need to vote on? Like, what's the process of that for you guys to get that done?
No, it does.
I mean, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it does not need any validator vote. It's just, as it says, it's a text thing. So Nick Bugales, it's basically something that Nick Bugales was. It's the XS20 spec that I did send you. He wrote there's the section where it describes like both options, but it leaves kind of out the immutability part. So he kind of puts both options onto the same level, and I think, I don't know what Daniel specifically is he's not proposing but asking to change up there, but there needs to be something. Yeah.
I think what Daniel meant.
Real quick, for the people who want to know what documentation that they're talking about, it's on top of the Jumbotron, and it's about both methods of how to mint on the XRPL, one using the URI field and one using the domain field. So this is where we're at in the discussion right now. After whoever speaks, I got a couple of questions in the chat box that people have been waiting to hear answers to. So go ahead, Robbie or Daniel, whichever one of you guys is finishing.
Certainly don't want to talk for you, Daniel, but I think kind of like what he meant was Daniel's like building something and like didn't want to run around to all of us NFT projects and the marketplaces and be like, what's all this weird shit? Or maybe not even tell anybody what he's doing, right? And so he just put people on it. Hey, devs, go look at the official docs, like build it to specification. And like this whole gray area talk of what on XRP may have been doing was like not explaining the documentation. So then Daniel was like, what the fuck are my guys looking at, right? Until like maybe like hitting some of us up. And I'm like, oh, hey, it's not really a big deal. You just like grab that from their API, like whatever. Like, you know, I'm not saying it was not a big deal, but I'm saying if you deal with it, it's not a big deal. But at first, it does require extra dev work and people to make stuff and make it work. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. So I told my guys, look at the documentation, build this according to specs. They did, right? We kicked shit off. It's running. It's running good. We're getting the first results we expect. Everything is working as expecting, and then this is running overnight. And then we come back the next morning. We're like, what the fuck are all these errors? Why is this shit not working? Then we have to debug. We need to look into the details. Then we identify specific issuers who do things in a different way. Then we have to approach them and be like, hey, we got a couple of questions. Why are you doing it? Why are you doing this way, right? So we get a reply from one. I report this back to my desk. They do stuff and fix that. We kick it off again. It works. Then we find the next couple of issues, and this process repeats. If documentation is clean, I just can give this to my guys and be like, please build this. And they shouldn't have all these questions of like, oh, we have two methods and they're not the same. So we need to put in additional work to figure something out, because at the time when we started, we weren't really into NFTs, right? So we were not aware of how things are going. So we have a good connection to on XRP. We have a good connection to Cafe, and that's the two main marketplaces we're currently talking to. For reasons I laid out earlier, they're the biggest one at the moment. I'm a huge fan of Xmart, by the way. Really like the site and how stuff works there. Sadly, didn't talk to them too much. So yeah, clean documentation for people that are building stuff is important because it saves a lot of time. If I have someone, and I'm not talking about, oh, there is an error in 100 lines of codes, which is dealing with 100 NFTs, right? That's not a problem. It was like a couple of 100 collections, thousands of NFTs, and several APIs that were working together. And if you have built an API or a specific process that's working, and that's running for 2 days, and you already scraped like 100 to 250,000 NFTs, and you figure out, oh shit, I have to scrap all of that and start from the beginning, then you just wasted 2 days of development time, which is wasting money, which means you're now back to square one, and that's a real pain in the ass. And knowing this, also knowing there are other marketplaces in development right now, which are probably aware of what's going on, but there might be someone who's building a really dope-ass solution 6 months down the road. If we all know these issues exist, but we haven't documented it, then all the conversations we're having are worthless, right? So this needs to be documented, and documentation needs to be more specific about how things are done. And I kind of understand why this issue exists, because someone like Nick designed all of this. He wrote this down. He was looking at this from his specific angle, and now 1,000 people working on that stuff, and they reading what he wrote, but they interpreting this in a different way, right? So I'm not saying someone is to blame. It's just people.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like when I'm making a snarky tweet, like the Flare airdrop, right? And then people arguing with me about legal stuff. Look, like I said, just making fun. And if someone might read this like I'm super angry, while not. It's the same for documentation. That something could be very clean and obvious from the person's view who wrote the text, and then the next person reading this doesn't know what's going on. I was just looking at a pitch deck yesterday from someone and had an argument with that person. And then after like an hour discussing the whole thing, I just figured I was just reading the whole document wrong. Right? That's time you can save if stuff is written out clean. And we had 4 months, and we figured a couple of things that are not as clean as they should be. So I think we should go in and fix that to make sure these issues don't come up again.
Perfect. So before you call more, I just wanted to answer your question. So yeah, no, they'll do all that stuff because it's part of the deal of doing the Launchpad. Is you're going to be on the Launchpad, just so you know, it points to the centralized API. Here's what this means, yada, yada, yada. It's temporary during Launchpad phase. After that, we pin it to IPFS. They take care of all that, yada, yada.
Okay, so that was the question I asked before his headphones had messed up. That the second phase of being a project that uses OXP's Launchpad, like Robbie said earlier, the bearable bulls. Like if you're on OXP's Launchpad, you're not on there forever, right? There's a phase that you come off of the Launchpad, and I guess that's when you could do whatever you need to do to the domain field. And so I asked Robbie if he, as the if Bearable Bulls, the project, would have to be the one to go in the domain field and do all that stuff, like pin it to IPFS, change the domain field, and do all this and that. And he just said no, right? You would send it to OXP and they take care of it. Is that correct?
Well, with one exception, that we don't have to send them anything. All of this has been planned out and done and discussed like 7 months ago when it was going to drop the first time, and then we got delayed, and then it finally crept up. And then in my mind, all these issues are kind of squashed, right? And also, as everybody that builds things know, stuff is dynamic too. So like sometimes you think you know everything about a situation and something new pops up, right? One example that Vet can maybe chime in on is like at some point this issue on XRP was having with like you needing to like refresh to display the right metadata and all that. Not going to get into that, but everyone remembers they had those issues. They like changed something in their method to like basically pre-mint a queue of NFTs without kind of saying like, hey, heads up, just so you know, like what you see on the Launchpad that says how many have been minted is not going to match with what the ledger shows for NFTs minted. Which, had we known, kind of like just would have been like a nice heads up, because if you don't know, awesome people like XP Market are making trackers and doing holder counts, right? And I'm being me saying like, hey, your data is wrong. It's showing 8,000 minted NFTs. We only have 7,500. But like really that's because overnight, literally something changed to where I think I know what I'm talking about, and I do, but I don't. You see what I mean? So we all got to remember, like sometimes shit just changes too, right? It's like...
Yeah, I mean, that is the industry that we're all in right now, as far as you guys, builders and investors, right? Technology is forever changing, right? So I see you, XP Mart, and NF Tempo was before you, but let me get to these questions that's been waiting in the chat box. So here's a question that says, is it true that if the URI field is empty, the project is not worth it? Should the front end user be concerned about this?
I mean, someone else can answer that. I'm biased on that.
Sorry, can you repeat that question, Tuchel?
Is it true that if the URI field is empty, the project is not worth it? Should the front end user be concerned about this?
Yeah, I personally, I don't think that is necessarily true, really, because as I said in the beginning, the project, or many of these projects, they don't necessarily know, and I think it's not always fair to then afterwards push them or devalue how they do it, because this is the issue that then lead to no changes, right? My issue was when if I would bring this up, or we would bring this up, that on XRP that they wouldn't change it because of the fear they would devalue previous project that they minted, right? If they change it up now, because then kind of, maybe, I don't know, signaling they made a mistake or whatever, not implying that. And this is like why I say we should not, like point fingers or something, or devalue these projects that who have no URI, because this would then lead to no changes, because then they will hold on to that method specifically. And we should just say, hey, whoever minted that way right now, or has been minted that way, we should, the whole industry should support that. But going forward, we should try to find maybe a more secure method, or see how we can improve that.
Yes,
that's my opinion.
But also not reading the story while skipping chapters, right? Because there's situations where it's just different, right? If certain things are in place, which we've established, like no black hole, is the NFT worthless? No. If someone hacks the issuer account, goes in there and wipes everybody's like NFTs from the face of the earth, and then like black holes the account, yeah, pretty damn worthless, right? So the caveat there is, is it immutable and can it be changed? If it can be changed, then it's always at risk, right? A different risk, but that risk is also not solved by having a unblackholed URI issuer that may issue other NFT collections, because they could always just water down your collection and cause a different issue, even though the issue of your token object always displaying to a picture is solved. Yes. There are like other issues, you know what I mean? So like I said, you can't really defend the undefendable, but like I just feel like it's important to point out. And because this stuff just gets talked about like both all the time and at random times, like people tend to just kind of choose sometimes like what they remember. You know what I mean?
Okay, thank you both for that. Here's another one. This one is from Chris. This is more of a comment. He says, you can't have a dynamic NFT where you black hole the issuer with IPFS in the domain and a hook to move the royalties. It's not to be dynamic, it's to secure their share of someone else's hard work royalty, to create an unfair market where they don't need to add to brokerage. If IPFS is in a black hole issuer's domain, it cannot be dynamic. You're all repeating the bullshit they are selling. It's a layer 2. It'll never be immutable. It's a pre-mint relying on another amendment that may never go live on the main net. So he's talking about hooks.
But that's what's confusing, because like Chris thinks that we don't agree with him sometimes, and nobody is literally saying that. We literally said the opposite, that if you can't black hole an account, it's not immutable, and you basically don't want you're incentivized to not black hole the account because you lose your royalties, right?
Yeah.
So
no, he because I know why he's saying that, because I know that some projects were putting the they tried to defend this, not in the way you did it, but with saying, we are dynamic NFTs, to just kind of remove that the allegations or the issue in the room. And the dynamic NFT thing is, I think, off the table. I think nobody's really talking about dynamic NFTs. I think most are not even using that. And they even admitted it. Yeah, I even talked with they contradicted themselves, because they were saying, "Oh yeah, we are dynamic NFTs," but I said, "If Hooks comes around, would you then black hole and do everything to be immutable?" They said yes. So I was like, "Yeah, but whatever." XP Market, go ahead.
I was going to provide a quick comment.
Sorry, did I skip you to go?
Yeah, no, it was NF Tempo was first. He's been waiting for a minute. Hold on, XP Market. Go ahead, NF Tempo.
Oh, cheers, XP, for giving way there. Yeah, just a very brief one because I've just got to head off after this. We're celebrating our IDO launch. That's going ahead on the 26th of January. So with a little nugget of information, we're doing a giveaway. That's going to be 4,000 XFT. And you're going to hear this one first. That's to 15 separate holders. We'll be releasing a little bit more information this week on the ways you can get involved with that. But yeah, keep an eye on our Twitter, and we're going to be creating the world's first utility token for music royalties and the fractional music market. So it's going to be a very exciting time. So yeah, give it a little watch.
All right, for sure. Thank you, my guy. Appreciate it. Have a good one and be safe. I'll talk to you later.
But now XP Market, right?
Yeah. Now XP Market. And if you're interested in NF Tempo's giveaway, it's on top of the Jumbotron.
So I'll get back a little bit back to the topic where we're talking about changing the documentation. So this is, I would say, one of the easiest ways to do. We did actually have a chat with authors of this document from Ripple. We raised this issue probably last week, I believe, maybe 2 weeks ago. And basically the idea is if this issue is raised in a louder voice, more community members start to push for amendments in the document, not just one player like us, but more marketplaces or more project owners. So then it's definitely something that can happen and can happen much faster. And the idea of changing the document is not exactly to change all the rules of the game or how the projects have to be launched, but to provide more clarification. Because as we are looking for a single way to establish the minting rules or how.
Oh, you're breaking up here, XP Market.
Oh, damn. I thought it was my phone again. I thought it rugged again. Twitter ain't shit.
Yeah, you rugged the space already
when he comes back, can we ask him if they have put the changes on Git or if there's a discussion, because I would like to look at it, but I can't find it. So I'm looking at it.
I think this is private because I'm usually monitoring.
I can't see a discussion or a pull request or anything.
Yeah, I think it was in private.
There he is. He's back. XP Market. X Dude, if you want to join the conversation, please, X Dude, hit the request button. Or I think I tried to. I don't usually do it, but I did. I spammed you with the come speak button.
I left Twitter. Twitter works really great. I think they need to hire like 5 million people more, and maybe the app will become stable. But essentially, the idea is that once the amendments to the document come live and more context is provided, then it will be easier to talk with the marketplaces as well. Because as we say, there is no single way how we should operate. We should find specific ways on how to address certain needs for each use case. There can be like dynamic NFTs for whatever reason. We can do whatever we want. If there is a justified explanation on why someone would like to use method X while method Y, then there is no problem. And this is why we need such a documentation. And if we, as a community of developers and project owners, push this idea, then it will definitely make everyone's life easier.
The changes you discussed, are there somewhere online so people can look at it? Because like I can't find anything on Git.
It's not online. No, we engaged directly with people who were authors of this document, just via a Zoom call.
Okay.
Good.
Any idea when this will be public available?
No, I cannot comment on this. I don't have this information.
Oh, shit. I went outside to smoke a cigarette. Hold on. Let me get back to these other things.
Oh, what happened?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah,
Okay.
no, go ahead.
Okay. All right. Where's this other question? Um. So I have a comment here. It says we should never break fundamentals and put people's hard-earned money at risk just to have variable metadata. Trying to make this an EVM chain is fitting a square peg into a round hole. Trustless ecosystem is the foundation of blockchain, and breaking that is embarrassing.
I have to chime in here. It is not really like an EVM yet, and if it were, then I think it would be not even an issue. Because I said this before, you have on Ethereum, you have a path from mutability to immutability. On the XRPL, you don't. If you consider keeping the royalties, if you don't consider keeping the royalties, you can black hole, and then you would have the same. But if you consider keeping the royalties, there's no way right now on the XRPL to have a path from immutability to mutability, because you would need hooks for that. On Ethereum, you have that path, which is then a less of a problem, right? You can customize or change that up. Where on the XRPL, it's a one-way street right now, at least, if you keep the royalties again.
Okay. X dude. Thanks for joining the conversation. X dude, in case you guys don't know, is he has his platform, the XRPL marketplace as well, Xmart, right? So obviously this is an important discussion for all marketplaces and all of us investors, right, who buy these NFTs. So where are you coming from in the URI discussion? Go ahead and give us your 2 senses.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Damien. Hello.
Yeah, so I've been listening right from the beginning, and I must admit, I agree with that. I agree with Robbie. I agree with Daniel. To me, we were all building those platforms, pretty much being in one room, but turned back to each other. Pretending that we are not in the same room. We could actually talk to each other before agree on a certain standards. And, there was approach to do that. All marketplaces were invited, but, not really successfully as we see today. If that was success, we wouldn't be here today. Yeah, but, like that said, we already got the users which, using XRPL have NFT without URIs. And, it's up to us to support those communities. And, myself, I would not, allow minting without URI on Xmart. And, I was always saying that, that's not the way we're going to do stuff. And we don't. Yeah, but there are communities out there which already hold those NFTs, and yeah, we are there to support them as any other major marketplace should do. So yeah, so that's where I am with the issue. And obviously, like Daniel mentioned, it didn't make anything easier, because we had to spend countless hours on getting all those issues resolved with pre-minting NFTs, and how you handle that, how many times, how often you check if that metadata images are available, and so on. But that just had to be done, and all major bigger marketplaces going to do that. Let's face it, there is no way of not doing it if you want to stay there. So yeah, so that's where I am with all of it.
Yeah, and I mean, even when they've talked about it or defended it in any sort of way, I don't think they've ever been like, this is the best method and you guys shouldn't be using URI. It's maybe there's no other word other than defend, but like, of course they're going to defend or at least like, explain their position on it. And I also think that like, maybe smaller entities or smaller teams, like it definitely would have been a problem if they did it. It's just, I feel like they're a little more limber, and in general, whatever most people think about them, I feel like they do care about the space and like getting stuff done and fixing problems. And like, I have trust in them to ultimately make all this right, whether that means offering both methods for people, which that part I just don't agree with, because I think they should do it from a business perspective, because that's what I would do, right? I would just offer both methods and be like, let's roll. So that's up to them. But yeah, I mean, it's good that everybody like displays the NFTs and does the basic functions that most of us that aren't like not everybody's that's a user is going to get into the nitty gritty, and maybe this is going to be like nails on a chalkboard for any of you developers, but like people want to buy their NFT, right? If it's an NFT with utility, great. The core of it's got art and a JPEG. They want to be able to see it in their wallet. They want to be able to list it for sale. They want to be able to transfer it. They want to be able to trade it, And so if we have that, like that's kind of like the basis for it, right? All this other stuff we need to get right, just so that anybody that's building stuff like you or anybody else that comes in, like you said, it needs to be easier, or they can go to one spot and see the docs, and you can get a more detailed explanation like this, like something we spent 2 hours talking about in a group of 50 people, and it needs to be like in the docs, like easily for people to just see, you know what I mean?
Okay, so while you guys are talking about that, I'm glad all these marketplaces are agreeing that you guys do need to have some type of conversation back in the background, right? And Daniel and XP Market has brought up clearing up this documentation off of which all these marketplaces basically used as a instruction guide needs to be more clearer, right? So all of you guys brainstorming in the back, perfect, right? So this call is very successful for everybody to get educated, and as well as to encourage you guys, like you guys can see how frustrating it is for the community of buyers and how confusing it is for everybody, all this stuff. Please don't forget to include on-chain market in these conversations as well, right? And I specifically say that because when I've logged into my wallet on-chain market, my NFTs that I have minted off of OXP are not showing on there. It's a template of a broken chain, and it says NFT or unknown NFT or something, right? It's just not it's not displaying any of my things that I have minted from OXP that were Launchpad NFTs. So please don't forget to include that marketplace. I have not used Radical X Exchange, but I know that they are a live marketplace as well. Yeah. And anybody else down there who has any more questions, comments, or concerns on this topic, or wants more information, hit the request button, right? This is what this is all about, is for us to get educated and to push the space forward, right? To make it easier for all of us here, because it's very confusing right now as a consumer, right? Like I'm not talking from me being a project with astute scholars, right? I'm talking I have hella NFTs from different projects, from different platforms, and this and that, and this not here and that not there. Like it's tiresome, it's frustrating, and it's like irritating. And with more marketplaces to come, it's starting to get overwhelming. And if you guys can find a foundation to build from here, where there needs to be a specific like way to do things, and then add whatever on top of it, that would be perfect. Like Vet and everybody else said, everything that's done in the past, you guys can't change that shit right now, right? Those projects that have minted, They can't do nothing, but there are also projects that we don't feel are scam projects or worthless projects. It's so we still have to continue to support those projects and whatever it is they need to do to get right from this point on, right? So
yeah, but even I mean, there's even other stuff like I mean, XRP Cafe is like now displaying videos pretty seamlessly. On XRP has like a couple. I'm actually not sure about Xmart yet, Xdude, but like I don't know if on chain whales is either. Like I respectfully disagree with you there. Like I told you yesterday, right, in private, it's like at this point, if they're not displaying some stuff minted from on XRP, that's an indication of the marketplace at this point, and that's not fair because they wouldn't have to do it if on XRP isn't minting through that method. But
yeah, no,
like
that's why I said don't forget to include on-chain market in that conversation, right? Because it's not showing, right? So it's showing, like you said, that they have not progressed like Cafe and Xmart and that. Yeah,
so
that's why.
if I'm a user and I see that, and I know I can go connect my wallet and 3 other marketplaces that are going to show, along with everything else, I'm just going to use those marketplaces.
Yeah, true. I hear you.
I do think there's something to be said though to have like an overall clarity across all these marketplaces.
I don't know if anyone else has any questions for me on the subject. I'm gonna get off and go talk to some team members about giving up royalties for life. So
that conversation will go well. Good luck.
Oh wow, good. Yeah, good. Fuck, damn, Robbie. Good luck. Thank you for joining the conversation, and thank you for sharing your stance. Well, not your stance, sharing the knowledge that you have that you shared with me yesterday privately, right? And letting everybody else know the gray area that you say no, everybody seems to skip over and don't talk about. So truly appreciate it, and yeah. Good luck to you and your team with that conversation.
Oh yeah. Who knows what the future holds? I'm just saying the fact that I'm just happy. I usually like to think of in solutions, not problems. So just knowing that there is a solution there to at least for us personally, to just remove it from the equation, might do it just to have it be a test case, just like we're going to be a test case of an on XRP mint that now pins to IPFS, right? So any marketplaces out there that like have questions or see us make a major change like that, like let us know if you have any problems now pointing to IPFS because you were previously pointing at the on XRP API and all that, because I don't think there's a single issued NFT on the ledger that data wise will be set up like ours will be in about 24 or 48 hours from now, meaning that it was minted through on XRP. You pull from the domain field like you guys all are, but it's not going to be that API you guys have all pulled from. So I actually have no idea if like you guys have to well, I know you have to recrawl that for you guys. So like hopefully you guys can do one last crawl and then we'll get to kind of see like what does this look like now when you mint through on XRP. It's not running through their API, but it's pinned to IPFS.
He's talking to you, marketplace people.
When do you have the first? Give me a test. Can you create a test NFT yourself and just shoot it over to me so I can look at how this looks from our end, if it changes and all that stuff?
Yeah, that would be good.
Yeah, just give me one, and I mean, it's probably the least issue for us, to be honest. But I'm happy to.
I think half the speakers are red for me. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Huh? So they were saying, Daniel and Xdude said, could you send them a test NFT with you doing that type of thingy, so that they can run it through?
I mean, if I remember, I'll try to ping you guys like individually when they say like, "Hey, it's done." But I mean, other than that, just you'll see it, right? Just go to the issuer, pull up or go to the issuer, and you'll see the domain field changed. I don't know the ETA on that. We like just pulled down the launch pad and we're like trying not to speed through anything, right? Because both us and them don't really just do a lot of this shit willy-nilly, believe it or not. So we're just like making sure it goes right, making sure the rest of the like NFTs we're going to put into a spinner like are going to the issuer and stuff like that. So I would say like maybe like 1, 2, or 3 days, like it should be done.
I think how it is done with I think we're talking. Sorry, I just. But you would need to replace it with the list of NF token IDs and their corresponding IPFS hash. That should be
sure. Yeah, they already have all that set up. I'm just saying.
Oh
that,
yeah,
like,
okay, all perfect.
Like
Yeah,
I'm just like OCD, so I'm like, hey, like before we do anything, like let's talk one more time. Right? So I'm just saying we're going slow and making sure that we can like batch mint them where we want to go and just making sure everything's right. But yeah, exactly. It's just going to be just going to be replaced with IPFS that's signifying the token ID instead of their API.
Robbie, what was your final figure on the mint as you completed it? Do you know from the top of your head?
You mean the bolt?
Yeah.
7651 plus 4, so 7655.
Right. Thank you.
If you mean like IOUs redeemed or whatever.
Okay.
But I don't know if you caught this part of the call. If you were to go pull ledger data, it looks like there's exactly 500 more NFTs minted that are actually minted because they.
Yes.
Yeah.
It shows 8,144, I believe.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
All right, for sure. Thanks, Robbie. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of the night, my guy. We'll get up with you later. Be safe. Have a good one.
Later, guys. Later, Vet. Later, Daniel.
Have a good one.
Later, X
Enjoy.
Chat, and then Vet. Yeah, you can let the guys know. Like, I'll ping you guys for like a big old Bearable Bulls recrawl so we can see what it all looks like on Cafe with our fixed metadata that we were able to fix because of the evil on XRP method, and also everything like now not being hidden in terms of like rarity. So.
Absolutely.
What are you doing? Eating fucking pancakes?
No, why?
I don't know. Because that's what you do.
When in doubt, he eats pancakes or what?
You're right. That's Vet's go-to right there is eating some fucking pancakes. Let me see if I got some more questions here.
Oh, by the way, I saw in the comment. I think it's a developer or something. He says the domain approach is already documented. Yeah, this is not the question anymore, I think, or the topic. Yeah, we know it's documented. It's just a matter of how well it is documented.
Yeah, that it's on top of the Jumbotron as well. I had made a tweet about that. We got this from Trusty Tiger, who is also a developer, right? He is the owner and creator of project that was at the cookout this Sunday called XRP. And he says, I see use for domain pointers. If when governments come to the space, the domains will have to be government controlled.
Yeah, I think we're gonna walk over that bridge when the time comes. I think that the stuff with the domain field is interesting because you can change stuff up, but at the same time, these properties and everything around it might change. You get new fields, new stuff. I mean, we got the NF token minter field, with XS20. So who knows? Maybe we get a government field in the future, so they don't have to use the domain field. I don't know.
Oh, that's interesting. Add another field.
Next, yeah, just joking. Next question.
Well, this isn't a question, it's more of a comment. They said, how funny that you all try to talk politely about some common problems when clearly there is only one problem, and it is called OXP. See, I'm trying not to start no bullshit. I'm trying. You see how I kind of quieted down. I'm trying not to start bullshit, but it's a comment that somebody wrote on a public tweet. So I'm just letting you guys know that this is how somebody in the community feels.
Yeah, I think the call today from the beginning really. I think how everybody talked and how everybody expressed their reasoning for using it or not using it really, pointed out that there needs a lot in terms of education, because people were not really aware and people were not really questioning why they're maybe even using it, like the pros and the cons of it. And but I feel there is a willingness to go a different path or change things up if we can ensure, obviously, that projects who already have minted that way are not getting alienated or discriminated or whatever or devalued. It's just the same. It's just maybe they get even more valuable because it's like a legacy method. I don't know, but it's just about, hey, we have these projects who minted that way. That's okay. It's just about how we can move forward. We optimize the documentation so that whoever comes across these pages can read and can have a good idea what is happening. Because right now, for a new developer, jumps in, reads that, and does that way, like with the domain field. If he never heard about hooks and black holing and all this stuff, it is difficult to to get the full scope of the consequences, basically. And this is, I think, the issue with documentation right now. It's been provided as as an alternative that is not really an alternative. It's more like a workaround. It tells you if you cannot use the URI and you have a special reason not to use it, then use that. But it does not tell you what you're losing. Okay, it just tells you you can use that, and you think, oh yeah, that's this. I gain the same properties as with the primary option, and that's basically it. Yeah. And hey, what Robbie said is true. These projects still have obviously a path to go to immutability, but they would lose the royalties. Therefore, I say there is no path to immutability because I assume that no project will give up their royalties for all the good reasons. So, and that's totally correct and right. I think that's a harsh decision, but if projects want to do that, I mean, whatever. It's just about going forward.
All right. Anybody else have anything to add here? I think today was a successful conversation, and hopefully these conversations, you guys, technical, devy, codey people, marketplaces, explorers, right? Does BitHomp need to be included in your guys' conversation as well because of all the data they pull?
I have to give a shout out to actually BitHomp here for this, because they already, if you take your token, your NF token ID, you put it into BitHomp, and you look at the page of the NFT that gets displayed, it tells you actually if that NFT has a URI or not. So it is so they are contributing to the education. So they're not hiding it. So or whatever. So you see, hey, it has a URI or not, because usually it's very difficult if you're not tech savvy to know, does it have a URI.
Yeah, like me, right? Not tech savvy at all. Oh my goodness, excuse me. Excuse me. Daniel, you got anything else you want to add?
No, I'm super happy. So we're gonna.
Are you really? Because I doubt that you're super happy.
I'm always super happy. My second name.
That's your second name, Mr. Super Happy.
Exactly.
And I think if there's suggestion for, I'm just gonna say that you are now the person, Daniel. If there is suggestion for for the documentation change and all that stuff, bring it up.
Bring
To
it
Daniel,
on. Bring
and
it on, he's saying.
to get it done and changed up. Yeah, or yeah. I think right now there's a good set of suggestions, and Daniel has just to move the parts.
Yeah, let the person who hates NFTs fix the NFTs. That's sort of plan.
You can always claim that now. Then.
Yeah. Okay, sounds good.
All right. Well, no need to drag this on because if y'all don't know me, one thing you will learn about me is I don't have a problem running these calls and letting it go on for 24 fucking hours if the conversation is popping like that and we're keeping it flowing. But you guys don't. You guys sound like you guys want to get up out of here. Is that what I'm hearing? I got no more questions or comments from the community in the DMs. I got nobody trying to request to get up here. So it seems like class might be over at this point, huh?
That means we're dismissed now.
Yeah, send us out.
Seems like so. Yeah, ring the bell then.
Well, maybe not. Maybe there's
there
something
questions?
else I want to talk about. Yeah, hold on. I see 4 more things flying into my notifications now.
Okay, let's get them quickly.
Okay, now it's 7:30. I seriously didn't realize. Okay, so no, somebody just commented. We started the space at 3:30 a.m. Indian Standard Time, and now it's 7:01 a.m. I seriously didn't realize we were live for 4.5 hours. The topic was well worth it, guys. Thank you, dev speakers. Shout out to all the devs and everybody who contributed to the conversation. Oh, I see we got Patrick up here now. Patrick, go ahead, Patrick, my guy.
Okay, next question.
Patrick, are you there or are you rugging? Are you thugging
Hey.
or are you rugging? There you go.
Yo, sorry about that, but just want to say thanks because at least there's a couple people in the community that seem to care, but like from a user perspective, seems like kind of shady. Like people are trying to be greedy and like they strung, we got kind of strung along, like waiting for the amendment for so long, and then like no, they don't want to work with each other, So I'm at least happy that there's a couple marketplaces that care, But thank you.
Yeah, you just make it very easy for yourself. Just hate all of them, and then that gets you through the day. Trust me.
Do they really? Do you really hate all of them?
I had all the NFTs and I had all the marketplaces. Projects all cool. So I hate crypto. Sorry, someone had to say it.
Yeah, but yeah, you hate crypto, but yet you're a crypto project yourself. We got
Go figure.
We got Willie Jack.
All right, so I'd like to shout out to everybody too. I only understand about half of what you guys are talking about, but it seems like every other day there's another marketplace coming out, and maybe this was talked about earlier on, but I've only been on for about 45 minutes, maybe an hour. I just wonder, this is like the Web3 movement, the movement to tokenize things and make something of this community we've got. Like I find it hard to believe that there's that many people that would just rather do their own thing than develop a team or at least work on other people's kind of brainchilds and maybe even piggyback off of without having to go and create their own fucking marketplace. You know, I like I said, I may be ignorant to some of the facts that cause people to want to do that, but I just don't. I don't know. I don't see. I guess there's there's all kinds of different grocery stores, all kinds of different sandwich shops. You know, I get it, but like we're all kind of working towards the same purpose here. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I feel you on that as just being, you know, yes, I do have my own project, right? But before I launched the project, I was just an investor, right, on the XRPL. And like you said, right, there's plenty of sandwiches, just like in the bread aisle, right? There's plenty of bread to pick from, right? Not, you know, everybody has their own preference of which bread brand they like, whether it's the packaging, whether it's the taste, whether it's this, whatever it is, right? And you know, we're all here, whether you want to admit it or not. At some point, we're all we're all here to make some money, right? So that's why NFT projects are created, right? Yes, a lot of projects are created for community as well, but at the end of the day, no matter how much you try to say that it's not 100% about money, I can attest to that, because for me, things aren't just 100% for money, but I do hope and plan to make some money while on this journey, right? So, you know, marketplaces popping up here and there, I get it, right? It's a brand new excuse me, a brand new field. I don't know if field's the right word. It's a brand new, you know, NFTs are brand new on the XRP Ledger. So of course everybody, you know, didn't know that all these marketplaces were going to pop up, and with more to come, right? But like Rippleton said, and Robbie said, right, and a couple of other people said, right, the way to weed out the marketplaces and to kind of shrink the space as they continue to pop up is to vote with our wallet, right? It's not only us, but projects, right? If you 100% as a project do not like the business model or standard that this marketplace is providing, whether they're the most popular, whether they're this, whether they're that, don't take your business as a project, your NFTs, don't go mint over there. And that will weed out your community spending their money on that platform. And slowly but surely, you know, marketplaces will fade away just as quick as they're popping up, right? Perfect example, we don't even talk about it no more, right? Because I don't even know if you guys know this. When XLS20 went live, this marketplace, it still is live, right? But because there was such a bad exploit and some things found out about how the team handled it and what they did in the background and how sneaky and grimy they did things, people, like, I think 2 very popular XRPL projects minted on there, and like this marketplace really fumbled it and fucked it up and didn't just have an exploit that was a problem. They exploited their own exploit, right? Once they were told that by the community, told them that somebody who knew how to read the shit in the background told them there was an exploit, and then somebody on the dev team went and exploited the exploit and really fucked off a major project, right? A very well-known popular project on the XRPL, and kind of fucked it up for that community. And I'm not even going to say their name because it's not worth it, right? If you know what marketplace I'm talking about, and you see that they're not in the conversations, right? Like they're slowly fading to black. The other marketplace, the one that was the very first marketplace on the XRPL, right? And minted and has created a whole bunch of fucking problems for a lot of fucking NFT projects, right? Because they went forward with XLS 14. If you guys know what marketplace I'm talking about there, if you know, right? They're not even in the conversations of these type of conversations right here, right now, with the majority of the community, right? Like they hold their up, they have their own community that drives that, and they really have a brick wall up, and they're slowly fading to black as well, because a lot of the projects that minted on the very first NFT marketplace on the XRPL are fucking reaching out to all the other marketplaces such as Cafe, Xmart, OXP, and they're trying to figure out how to get off of that fucking platform or take their new collection to these other, XLS20 platforms, because they're the way they're doing shit over there, it's not conducive and not beneficial for their projects. So they're slowly fading away as well, right? So slowly but surely, the marketplaces will weed themselves out. But until then, right, we got to deal with what we got to deal with, right? Some projects are minting here and there. Like I've minted all over the place, right, because of projects that I support, even though I didn't want to. But it's like in support of the project itself, I've
Chris is coming up.
minted. I see him. I've minted a couple, right, of my IOU tokens, but I haven't minted my whole bag, right? Because I'm still like thinking, like, do I want to mint my whole bag of these tokens? Because do I want my NFT to be like this, or maybe I just mint a couple to show my support and then sell the rest of my like I'm still trying to figure it out, right? Like I don't know what to do, but I'm slowly voting with my wallet, right? Because it's like I have the token, I could use it on their platform, or I cannot. And I could get XRP for it, and I can go somewhere else on the XRP ledger and then go mint something else on another platform, right? So 100%. Go.
Okay. I see that.
Just to XRPL coins requested speaker. Something went wrong. If you just still want to come up, just request again.
Yeah, and I see we got Chris up here, and then we'll get back to you, Willie Jack. Go ahead, Chris.
What was I gonna say? Oh, the marketplace is weeding themselves out. It's very difficult when we got, Ripple X handing money out to whoever they feel like. Kind of sucks, because it would be nice to have a fair, level playing field where the user kind of picks who the winners are, right? Because if nobody goes there, they're not going to make any money. But then you've got a marketplace that nobody uses getting 2 rounds of grants. You got marketplaces that people do use that get nothing, and they also get no recognition because they don't use brokerage, so they don't show up on any of the charts, and they don't get grants. Level playing field, and some of them would just go fucking broke and buy. But when you got Ripple throwing, here's 100,000 XRP again, I don't like that. Grant program is great, but sometimes when it's business, it's interference. We got marketplaces trying to compete, and we got Ripple playing favorites.
Well, it's always going to be like that too. I mean, people do business with people who they like. So ultimately, in the beginning, those people that already have the connections are going to just have an advantage. And that's just kind of how the world works in business, really.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Don't have to like it, though.
Oh no, for sure. I completely understand that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. What you said, Chris. Also, you too, Cold. The way you laid it down like that, just kind of definitely put me into a different little like a mindset, because I don't know, I get wrapped up kind of in like the whole community thing and just wanting so badly for like everybody to just fucking get along and work together, but like like Crispy was saying, like that's just sometimes that's not how the world works. I totally get that, and you definitely have given me like a better understanding of like the competition that's out there, and things of that nature. Yeah, I mean that's I love. I used to love coming to your spaces, and I still love coming to them. So just keep up what you're doing, all of you guys, because it seems like you guys are all fucking doing a lot of work in this space, trying to make it better. Trying to kind of get to the same end goal. And like I said, there will always be that competition, and the differences of opinions and things of that nature. So. Thanks for allowing me to speak. I don't know if there's anybody else requesting, but if anybody does and I need to step down, be sure to let me know.
No, you're all good.
You're all good. We got
I just want to say real quick in response, like I say, like that's just the way the world works, but that doesn't mean you stop trying. You got to keep on keeping at it. I've applied to the Ripple Fund to build my projects on the XRPL. This is my third time. So, I'm staying hopeful and, improving on it every time. I will say that they don't really give you much feedback on like what areas you could work on. So that'd be my only kind of gripe about that whole situation.
Nah, they don't. All they do is this. That's what they do with your application.
On XRP's, they've also they're the only marketplace that doesn't receive funding. Blah blah blah. When you've got Ripple providing funding to other things you're doing, and on the top of that, on XRP Marketplace doesn't work without the hardware that Ripple is providing for it to work. You can't say that you're not being funded. That's not through the grant program. That's something that's being done in back channels, right? If you're not running your own Clio server and Ripple's providing one for you, that's the rumor. Yeah, that's funding. So they need to stop bragging about that because they're getting tons of support from Ripple.
All right. We got XRPL coins, my guy. What's up, XRPL coins? Like I said earlier, right, when we first started, there will be more marketplaces coming, and I know of two. One is these guys right here, XRPL coins. They just won a Wave 4 grant, right? And another one is called XRP Studios, I believe, right? They're both not live yet, but they're gonna be live, right? So this is why having this conversation is important, because there will be more marketplaces and there will be more, stores to shop from, but to have a foundation of where these marketplaces can build like a basic layer and then add their extra sauce on top of it, but they need that common ground. Go ahead, XRPL coins. What's up, my guy? And congratulations to you and Cafe and Xmart on your guys' grant.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Our grant actually wasn't really anything to do with the NFT marketplace. We just applied to create new historical data APIs and with additional data sets that we're going to offer to the community so they can get the data in multiple different ways. And yeah, in terms of the marketplace, I'm kind of late to this party here. You guys have been on for a long time. I just chimed in and I caught the beginning of it, didn't realize you were still in the space. And so I DM'd you. But I appreciate what you guys are doing here, building an open forum to discuss and make improvements to some of the shit show that we've seen on some of the other platforms today. And we're getting close to being able to roll out the NFT marketplace on our platform, and yeah, we're excited for the launch.
Nice. Love to hear it. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Since you are a marketplace and you are a dev, right? The conversation is URI, education, and discussion. Okay, and you are building a marketplace. So on your marketplace, projects coming to mint on XRPL coins, how is the URI field used on XRPL coins?
The URI field is, yeah, we're pulling the data of the URI field. Everything's standard to the XLS 24D, and yeah, we're using it for the image IPFS. And yeah, everything's going to be standard to the 24D. I'm actually working right now on a lot of the front end. But yeah, everything's according to the 24D. We're doing something a bit different in terms of the overall marketplace. And our marketplace, when we launch, is going to actually pull all the NFTs from the XRP ledger as a whole. But yeah, everything we're doing in terms of the minting process is going to be according to the 24D. We're not going to be storing our images anywhere else. Everything's going to be on IPFS. And all the links, all the data is going to be stored within the meta.
Nice. And in case you guys don't know, right, not only is it a marketplace, it is also a social media platform as well, right?
Well, we added like a social component on here. So because initially, we launched, we had a lot of coins that we scan on and list on here, and we wanted to kind of build a place where people can communicate XRPL and promote their projects and just kind of have a place to discuss all things XRPL. Now, what's pretty cool is we actually integrated our social profiles into the NFT marketplace. So when a collection mints, they have an account that's part of their social account. And when they mint all those NFTs, or if they have multiple collections under that issuer they signed in with, it'll show their collections. Everything's all listed within the marketplace, and they'll be able to promote both from the social platform and within the marketplace. And for kind of just the marketplace, it's more like you guys were talking about earlier. It's more of just an interface to the XRP Ledger where we're actually pulling. We're not using a broker, so there is no walled up offers. Everything's going to be open. All of the NFTs on the platform are going to be almost everything from the XRP Ledger. I think we just started running our tool, and right now we're at about 98,000 NFTs, something around there. Still a few more days. And then, yeah, we're doing some post-processing analysis and weeding out, obviously, like test runs and some dummy data. Then we're going to add numerous flags onto every NFT to show which NFTs were minted from which platforms that we know of so far. Whether it's stored on IPFS or in local storage, we're going to have these flags so that the customers kind of know what goes into the NFT. We've kind of built some functions to identify which marketplaces we're coming from, based on kind of how the metadata is set up along with their broker accounts. And yeah, we're just trying to make it more of an interface to access everything than to set it up as a broker account where all of the offers are pretty much made with the broker and not accessible. So technically you can make any offers on our platform and sign them and transact them from any other platform with reduced fees or whatever you guys decide. But for the most part, the only fee that we built something a little bit innately different than the other marketplaces. Like we didn't want to build a broker account where everything's built through the broker. So we built a credit system so people can just buy credits on their account. And then based on those credits, they'll just use those for the NFT accept offer. So when you accept offer, we're just going to charge 1.25% in credits. But essentially, yeah, they can accept the offer from any platform. When they create offers on our platform, it should be accessible to anybody who's pulling all the offers from the XRP Ledger without the broker. And yeah, we're trying to standardize everything and do everything the correct way and kind of interface, not with just collections who mint with us, but with all the NFTs that are on the XRP Ledger. One thing else that's pretty cool with it too is that you could actually, so whatever trust lines the issuer has set up for that collection, anybody will be able to make offers using any of the trust lines that are set up on that issuing account. So if you want to go ahead and set sell offers using your IOU token, you can set sell offers with your IOU token.
Oh, nice, nice. Okay, so this is bringing in XRPL coins. Sounds like they're bringing in you know, other, yeah, I mean, well, obviously coins from the XRPL as well, not just the IOU coin. So such as Castino coin or Too Cold coin, right?
Yeah, exactly. Or if anybody wants to run like collaborations with other projects or anything and be able to accept their coins, all they'd have to do is add the trust line onto the issuer. And then at that point, yeah, they'll be able to go ahead and accept any or make offers, make bids or sell offers using any of the trust lines that are on that account. So yeah, there's 1,900 plus coins on our platform that people can use to trade the NFTs, and then the royalties actually come in whatever coin that you use to trade. So yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yep. So it's a little bit different take than a lot of what's out there right now, and that's kind of why it's taken us a bit longer to roll out. Obviously, because we have a lot of other components to our website that everything kind of has to interface with. So I guess the few things that make us unique is you can create bids and almost any other. You can create sell offers in any coin that you want for your NFTs. You can create bids for using any coin that the issuer has set to their account. You'll be able to mint on our platform. We're going to roll out the bulk minting later, but you can mint a pretty high volume on our platform pretty easily the way we set up the user interface. And we also have like a tracker to show the activity of every NFT on the XRP Ledger. So you'll actually be able to review the activity of everything that's being traded right now that's live based on all of the NFTs on the ledger, not just confined to a broker.
I got a quick question.
Yep.
What's stopping other marketplaces from pulling data from the XRP Ledger directly? I mean, that seems like kind of like a no-brainer, right? And that would essentially solve this issue.
I'm not sure. I mean, we were all considering all the options, and obviously broker sounds attractive, but when creating offers and such that are all under the broker, it kind of confines it to their marketplace. So we've kind of taken a step back and just looking how we can make everything more accessible for other marketplaces that choose to kind of go in the direction we do, and just pulling data just straight from the XRP Ledger. I'm not sure why exactly other projects just store locally or do some native requests and then store locally. But yeah, we've kind of built a system that more or less just communicates directly with the XRP Ledger and gets all the NFTs. And then now what's been kind of hard is now weeding through all this data that we have and then aggregating it so that it's very discoverable, searchable through the website, and interoperable with other projects that choose to just interface with the XRP Ledger instead of their local database.
Go ahead, Patrick.
Hey, quick question. I'm a pretty big fan, but I was just curious. Do you guys have like a Project Mint randomizer and like for a random mint, and how does that actually work? And I don't know if you've covered it or not.
Yeah, so we'll probably do a randomizer. We talked about it. It's not going to be in the initial rollout. We actually built a full function that we called like the NFT vending machine, really for IOU tokens. Yeah, so we're going to be launching the vending machine. That's more or less going to be where users can go ahead and claim their IOU, and then a random NFT is minted at the time that they actually use the IOU. So they're going to put in an IOU into the vending machine out of any unminted items that are within the JSON file. It's going to choose a random NFT. It's going to mint it, and then it's going to send it to the user. So we're going to have that. We could do a randomizer, but for us, if anybody, like, nothing should be pre-minted when doing this distribution. So I'm not entirely sure how other projects are doing it, if they're just adding to one large JSON file with multiple projects involved, or just picking a random project and then choosing a random mint under the JSON file. But for us specifically, yeah, we will just have a function for right now, at least, it's already built. I'm not sure if we're going to roll out without it or not. We have a few projects signed up to use it, but I think it's getting to a point where we just want to launch once everything has been tested in terms of the core components, so it's likely we're going to launch without it. But I guess to answer your question, a random NFT minter is a function we could definitely build, but initially it'll be more of the NFT vending machine for IOUs or for any type of distribution that somebody wants to do in terms of letting the customer mint a random NFT in part of that collection.
Right on. Thank you. Yeah, that seems to be like a big issue because Cafe and the Ex-Aliens, I think, did it the best. Sorry, I'm giving my baby girl a bath, but
no worries. I'm doing the same thing. I'm kind of hopped on quickly because I'm watching my daughter, but she's not yelling for me yet. So,
but yeah, like they kind of like make you wait in a queue so that you're not like you don't get to see what you minted until it's actually minted, but it's not clogging up the ledger.
No, yeah, there's a few different methods. We've actually built this 2 times over already, and then we're going to finish our iteration of it. But we've been doing a bit of contract work over the last year, and now that we've recently secured some funding and are kind of getting to a better position, yeah, we're going to not be doing too much contract work. But yeah, we've built quite a few functions for NFTs already that are out there, and we've kind of just been watching the market and seeing what some of the other projects are doing, how we should go about it, and kind of going about it in our own unique way. But we don't want to do anything that's not protected towards the consumer in terms of saving any data for NFTs, or we would like hooks to be out so we can explore the possibility of allowing the user to set up these functions without any security vulnerability of needing keys or passing any sensitive data along to like us, the developers, or anything like that. So we've kind of been a little hesitant to doing anything that requires us to actually have the keys of the project, either minting or doing anything like that. Same thing with doing NFT vending machine. We're working on another method of going ahead and preparing that file and allowing the project to go ahead and set the keys up, or if we do a generated account. But yeah, until hooks are out, we're not really, there's some security concerns with doing a lot of these things that are being done that aren't really discussed. But we're trying to avoid that. So.
Right on. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you, my guy.
No worries.
Vet, Chris, Daniel, X Dude, you guys got anything you guys want to say, ask, or anything? Are y'all rugged? Am I rugged? No.
Very good.
Well, Patrick, if you're looking for a randomizer, I'd highly recommend jump on Xmart and have a look at the spinner, because that's what it's for.
So, okay, because I'm not technical, so to me it sounds like the vending machine and the randomizer, right, the spinner aspect, it sounds the same to me, right? It's you turn an IOU token or you pay XRP and boom, a random NFT gets issued to me. Is that not the process? Am I confused?
I'm not sure what their process is specifically, but yeah. Some are pre-minted, some are minted. Yeah, some are pre-minted, some are minted based on the JSON file. And yeah, depending on their logic and how they're actually doing it random, would be what I'm interested in. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all on the go, so we're not pre-minting anything.
Okay, yeah. So you guys are both okay, so they're both randomizers, but you guys are calling it vending machine, and then Xmart's calling it the spinner, and they're both minted once the IOU token is turned in.
I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% sure. But is the Xmart randomizer? Is it random getting an NFT from numerous projects, or is that just a specific project?
Currently, it's just a specific project, but we done already some work on, getting pretty much what you describe, a vending machine with multiple NFTs across multiple projects with a different price range. You know.
Yeah. So essentially, in that case, and at the moment, I guess as it is right now, the vending machine, the randomizer would essentially be the same thing, and then the randomizer, I would assume it, uses the JSON file to randomly choose an NFT and then mints it at the time that you purchase it. So would there be 2 or 3 transactions by the time you actually receive the NFT?
On Xmart, I know that so you turn in your IOU token, you sign for it, it spits it out, it shows you it, and then you go back in and you accept it. So you have to
So
sign for
it
one
should be
so you've got
should be
2
the IOU.
transactions.
Yeah, so it'd be the IOU transaction. It would then be the mint transaction, and then it would be the accept offer transaction, right?
Yes, pretty much.
Okay.
But from a user point of view, it's only 2 because we're minting on behalf of those projects using a trusted minter setup.
Okay, so you use are you using the NFT minter? Token minter? Yeah. When you use the NFT token minter, we haven't done too much bulk, but we were playing with it. But with the NFT token minter, does it mint under it? It's more like a regular key, and it's minting under the account that is like it's minting under using your NFT token minter. It's using your minter account to mint under the issuer they're partnered with, I would assume.
That's correct. If project set up Xmart as a trusted minter, and we can do that for them, yes, we minting on their behalf, but using their issuer wallet. So there is no cross thing with regards to security, royalties, or separate. Xmart don't get involved in this part at all. We just mint and pass a acceptance offer to the end user to receive their NFT.
Yeah.
Because the NFTs are gonna be land in your wallet, not in the issuer.
Yeah, correct.
Oh, so it's minted under the user's wallet?
User's wallet?
No, under the NF token minter wallet, the minter wallet.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, understood.
So there's the minter, there's the issuer, and then there's the the user or the customer, whatever, the holder.
Yeah, the customer taking the accept offer.
Yeah. So from a user point of view, in this case scenario, you only got 2 transactions. One is to get rid of your token, and then to accept the NFT, which was randomly allocated to you.
Oh, that's another topic we could talk about, right? The IOU tokens, who's burning what, right? But we could get into that later. I see we got FOMO up here. What up, FOMO? Thanks for joining the conversation.
Can you hear me? Howdy.
Yep.
Just want to drop a note with regards to security and sharing of wallets and minting and all of that. The XRPL does support signer lists. So my advice to any minters and anyone doing minting on behalf of someone or something like that is to go through the signer list piece of the XRPL and actually spend a bit of time in it. You can set up a signer list whereby whoever the receiver, I get confused with NFTs, but anyhow, whoever you're trying to mint on behalf of or whatever, instead of setting up somewhere with a trusted wallet, you could set it up as a multi-sign wallet. So that would require multiple signatures to actually issue the transaction or whatever you're trying to do. And that signer weight in your multi-sign list can be set up in a manner that you would require a signature from both parties, or if there's multiple parties, even further. I think it's up to 32 people now, or wallets can sign. So you would need to reach a threshold for the transaction to happen. So when it comes to this kind of shared secret key thing. Don't do that. Rather look at multi-sign and issuing a multi-sign transaction whereby you're collecting multiple signatures, and then once you've collected those multiple signatures, actually submitting the transaction through. I know some at the moment doesn't support multi-sign 100%. It's coming. I've got an XApp as well that can set up signer lists. If you need access to something like that, give me a ping. I can give you access to that XApp. It's only in dev at the moment, so I haven't pushed it out to the public. But yeah, stay away from sharing secrets.
Don't share your secrets. Keep them in your closet, your secrets. Thanks for that, FOMO. Appreciate it. Anybody else? Yeah, today has been very, very informative. I hope you guys have enjoyed the conversation, all the information that's been shared. It looks like, does anybody else have anything else to say? I don't see any more questions coming in the chat box. I have no requests coming into the to be a speaker. So I think this is a wrap, right? So any last words? Vet, Chris, X-Dude, Daniel, FOMO, Patrick, XRPL Coins, Crispy? No? Hello? Did I?
Yeah, man. Just want to say thanks again, man. This was a great space. I learned a lot, and every time I join your space, it's always something new. So appreciate what you're doing, man. Keep it up, and thanks to all the speakers. To enlighten us, other people who maybe aren't so technical savvy, and shed some light on these issues that otherwise we would be just walking through the dark. So yeah, thanks again, man.
Yeah, no problem. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, if you could just go over the parts that I missed.
There's 2 recordings. Once this one is over, you can listen. The first recording is up. When this call goes down, you can listen to this while you're working again. We got Sino-Shore up here. Go ahead, Sino-Shore. Oh, check your DM, Chris.
Oh no, I was just saying, don't let the avatar fool you. I just got here, so can we just take this from the top? Give me a.
No, boo. Get out of here. Bye. You should have been here earlier. You can listen to the recording. You can listen to both recordings. We got rugged on the first one, so
I was
there's
there
2
for that one. I
recordings.
thought y'all kicked me out the group, so I got a little bit upset and I ran and pouted a little bit when I came back.
Okay, well, when this call is over, you can go listen to this one
some
too.
stuff that I agreed with, and then Chris got on, so I shut the hell up and was listening. But my phone's so fuzzy and hazy, and I just want y'all to take it from the top one more time and see what we discover here.
The first recording, by the way, was with Bastion, and then Too Cold Rugged us, and yeah, that's the second one. But now we are in.
Okay, I have a question that came in, and it says, no, I didn't. Twitter rugged y'all and me, right? That pissed me off because it was getting good. Well, we picked it up anyways. We still continued on. But this is, it says, my question is it possible to set up a spinner that literally randomizes an NFT by using available trait rather than just randomly selecting a pre-made image?
What was the last part?
I thought that was to me. All right, go ahead.
You're about to get pulled off the stage, Sino-Shore, because we know damn well you are not techie, Devi, or Cody at all. So just keep your mic muted. Is it possible to set up a spinner that literally randomizes an NFT by using every available trait rather than just randomly selecting a pre-made image?
It does not take the. Yeah, but so it chooses by image. Sorry, by
No,
trait.
I think that question is, if you can create a spinner, almost like a NFT generator, where you've got mix of all layers, and you randomly creating NFT from those layers. But you got to have some parameters set up. That you're gonna say that, for example, that hat can only exist, across 3% of the whole collection when you're doing. So it is possible, but it's time, effort. Yeah, but it is possible, definitely.
Oh, so basically, okay, so I'm understanding now because I had to, so I did this, right? Basically, this is what all projects are doing right now is they're putting their collection through whatever generator they use, right? Hash libs or whatever, right? And that's where it scrambles up all the layers, and that's where it makes the pre-made image, right? So that's what the question, okay, so that's what this question is asking, is if a marketplace can basically be the hash lib and mint an NFT on the go like that, instead of a project coming with the pre-made images already. It's like they just want to, he's asking, can he just give the marketplace the layers, and then as somebody mints, then it just randomly generates, like he don't even know what the NFTs are going to look like, right? Because he don't even have the pre-made file.
Yes, pretty much. This is what I understood to be a question. And yes,
Yeah,
of course, it is possible. But, like I said, is there really a need for that? I mean, there might be, actually. I know one of the projects which is interested to look into that. But yeah, everything is possible. It's just amount of time you want to spend to develop such a functionality. And another thing is how many projects people gonna use it.
You mean a true random where it's not revealed until a certain time? Is that what you're talking about?
No, it's literally project coming in, uploading all layers to the XSmart, saying, okay, that hat can only exist across 3%. There are going to be 10,000 of final NFTs, and at that point, XSmart gonna act as a NFT builder. I mean, image builder based on those layers and the settings project gonna set up, and also as a minter.
Oh, so like having something like AppSys or Hashlips built into the marketplace?
Yeah, basically, pretty much.
It layers. Yeah,
that'd
it layers
be pretty
then
cool.
upon minting.
The issue I would see with that is, man, each collection that I've made, and I've made a ton of collections that I've never uploaded, right? Like my computer's full of stupid things I've made. I run them through AppSys probably like a dozen times before I'm actually happy with it. I would hate to put that load on a marketplace, because at least it's just on my own computer. I can delete the files. I didn't take up any server. I didn't like it. I deleted it. I ran it again. I ran it again and ran it again until I was happy with it.
But then I think if it did go that route, right, that wouldn't be an option, right, to rerun it, because it's like they've already purchased it, they've already minted it. What are you gonna do? Try to reach them through their wallet address and say, hey, I don't like how that one came out, so rerun it so we can rerun the whole collection again? Nah, it's like once that goes live, that's gonna be the collection that's set in stone.
Although I have seen, I can't think of the project. I'm sure there's been lots of them, where you can build your NFT, right? You put your traits together, you find out if somebody's already built it or not, and then you can mint it, which is kind of a cool idea. But that doesn't actually have to be that real functionality, right? They could just be matching up what you built to the actual NFT that exists. There's lots of cool things that you can do with minting to kind of make it fun and a little bit different. I liked how those solo apes, right, where you could reject the one that came up, which has been kind of a bad thing, right, for some of these other marketplaces where it was an exploit. But if you purposely give that feature, it's like, if you don't like this one, spin again until you find the one you like. Those ones usually mint really fast because you kind of have this extra panic of, oh, there's only 1,000 of these. There's like 300 people online hitting the spinner right now, and if I don't pick one soon, I'm going to end up with just all the garbage. Yeah, I like this one. I'm going to take it. I think there's so many cool minting tools that marketplaces could come out with.
I don't know how I would like that. Like, you could just throw it back in the pile. I don't know.
Well, say you end up with some white punky dude, rocker guy or whatever, but there's other NFTs in there that you might relate to more. So you might want to hunt for those ones. Why would you want to get stuck with a bunch of ones that you're not looking for, right? Maybe you want that black badass pick that's in there somewhere, right? So you just keep spinning until hopefully you find it, but you know that you're under kind of a deadline, because if you don't get to it fast enough, then you're going to end up with leftovers. So you just keep spinning and spinning and spinning. Everybody's trying to get their own thing. You're not trying to get that super rare. You're trying to get that one that you relate to. So you wouldn't throw like $1 million NFTs in there, like the super rares. It's just, you're trying to find the one that you relate to. And I really think that's what the Solo 8 project was doing, right? Because there's, you might not want the one where the guy's wearing a wife beater. You might want the one with the turtleneck for some reason or whatever.
Interesting.
I think that's kind of how Xrpmon did their kind of thing, but it wasn't like randomizer. They just like listed them, and then the rare ones were up for auction, but you could pick through and get like ones that you liked, but there was like, you had to be fucking quick because they were just gone. But like,
I think the punk cats did that first.
Yeah, I think you're right.
All right. Anybody else? Thanks for that question. Whoever put that in the comments. Anybody else?
Pillar too cold.
X dude said he had his battery died, and it's like whatever time UK time, and it's bedtime for him. So he said goodbye to everybody, and thanks for the conversation and the space call and all that good stuff from X dude. Okay, he didn't just dip out. His battery died, and now it's nighty night for him. So,
all right.
Go ahead, FOMO.
Yeah, my only 2 cents on randomizers is a randomizer should be basically an on-chain function. Any off-chain randomization, my 2 cents, is going to be hacked, or someone's going to figure out the pattern. So that needs to become sort of on-chain. And my only advice there is, if you're looking for something random and you're relying on that, wait till hooks or some layer 2 solution comes around.
Oh, you missed the conversation of all that layer 2 and hook shit. It was spicy. Sino Shore. Go ahead, Sino Shore.
Oh, no, Stu Scholars, they had their hand first days before me. I'm going to go after them.
No, Stu Scholars' hands is not up. I'm about tired of your shit, and I'm about to remove your microphone. Straight up.
I'm feeling good about the conversation that we had today. We got to cover a lot of ground, and I just hope we can build together.
Yes. I hope all these marketplaces in the background do what Daniel and XP Mart and Vet and everybody had suggested. Rippleton, right? Get in the background. talking about this documentation and cleaning it up, making it more clear and precise instead of so loose and whatnot, for the future and moving forward with these marketplaces and whatever future marketplaces come into play. Meanwhile, still being able to support projects that have already taken this path and minted in these certain ways. So I want to thank everybody for joining the conversation, for all the questions, all the comments, all the concerns, all the feedbacks. Shout out to OXP. What's his name? Is it you say EXO? Shout out to EXO for pulling up and
Bastion,
for coming and joining the conversation. Hopefully he runs his back and gets to hear it. Shout out to X Dude, XRPL Coins, Robbie, right, Rippleton, Daniel, Vet, FOMO. Thank you for joining. Chris, of course, right, Chris, and everybody else who was up here adding to the conversation. I'm glad it was very informative for everybody. So we are going to get up out of here, but what better way to get up out of here than to learn about my NFT project, in case you guys don't know about it. It's right there as the co-host, Astute Scholars, right? And you don't even have to hear me talk about it, right? Because check this out. Mine it is an NFT project, right? Profile picture of a black sheep, right? But there's music, there's photography, there's videos, there's music videos, there's all types of things attached to my NFT project if you do a bit of research. But you can learn about the basis right here, right now, through this song, the Black Sheep song that our guy XRP Lemmy and Kamikaze made. And we're going to get up out of here vibing to the Black Sheep Astute Scholar song. So thank y'all. Appreciate y'all. And we'll be back. Today's Tuesday. Thursday, I have the Wake and Bake Vibes, where we talk and get educated on music and music NFTs every Thursday at 2 p.m. Eastern with our guy Kamikaze and Lemmy. And Kamikaze is the owner and creator of the music streaming platform and music NFT store called Sonar Muse. Okay. So if you guys are into music NFTs, and what that is going to look like on the XRP Ledger, you definitely want to tap in on a Thursday. So appreciate all of y'all. Here we go.
Scholarly astute, my itch don't ever stink. My name ain't Pepe Le Pew. She got the scroll, so you know Tuco knowing her root. I'm a black sheep, people around me don't ever approve. We got D with 2 E's. We got the planet Genesis. We gave you 2 CDs. The Ledger is XRP. Don't ever give them your keys. They pointed to Cocoin, I told them, if you know, you know. They never read the scroll, so they went out just like a hoe. This is not Wizard of Oz, they had no courage like Scarecrow. I'm seeing crypto colorism like we living in Jim Crow. Beside the fact that she's our host, beside the fact I like the roast, beside the fact we triangular trapping, coast to coast, beside the fact that we killing 2 birds with 1 stone, beside the fact we behind the scene working, think it's a joke. Students of the game giving you astute scholars, swagging NFT art, but we got true knowledge. They frown our nose upon us, misunderstood products, because we dropped out of high school and we set for college. I got my GED and bachelor's, I'm unlearning and relearning. I said the earth is flat and I don't care about they discernment. Shout out to Token Panda with the art, that boy is working. I'm in a stool scholar, I'm focused on higher learning. The first supply 2,250. It's called a black sheep, 5 collections is spiffy. Read the scroll is peanut butter, yeah, you damn skippy. And the Genesis, she knocked it out the park like King Griffey. The first Genesis holders of the black sheep received themselves by 4 NFTs. The second Genesis, if you know what you're doing, you'll receive some mold in from Per the Shooter.
This is chess, not checkers. Gotta be able to pivot when obstacles occur and turn things to your advantage. Being astute, you gotta be mentally sharp and clever. Astute scholars remain on top of their game. For clarity, check the astute scroll. Lemmy and Kamikaze spitting all facts on the track. If you could pick up what they laying down, we the black sheep, and we ain't playing around.
Scholarly astute, my itch don't ever stink. My name ain't Pepe Le Pew. She got the scroll, so you know Tuco knowing her root. I'm a black sheep, people around me don't ever approve. We got D with 2 E's. We got the planet Genesis. We gave you 2 CDs. The Legends XRP. Don't ever give them your keys.
Aspire to inspire. XRPL cookout satisfy your crypto desires. Mentally sharp, clever, the learning will take us higher. Notes on Mariah. You think you know it all, but too scared to try us. Like Moses, we see the vision through the fire. Black sheep, yeah, he's all alone. Black sheep, do it on his own. First collection is the only one that's known. Want to know more, then read the complete scroll. We set some goals and reach for the gold. 8 different trades, 5 series collection. If you know, you know. Being an outcast and misunderstood is actually dope. We don't take no bullshit, finna block you trolls. We don't gotta pose. We see the bigger picture, you see it by the pixel. It's called a scroll, not a map that you gotta follow on road. Get on the allowed list based on what you hold. There's some perks from the personal collection of 2 codes. Legends in the making, learning never gets old. Find some lessons in everything and everywhere you go. More information about the project will come as we go. Higher learning, astute scholars, we're on the roll. Too smart on the roll, give the people control. Education's everything, it might increase your bankroll. This is a school where you don't gotta pay to enroll. Education's motivation for everyone as a whole.
My itch don't ever stink. My name ain't Pepe Le Pew. She got the scroll, so you know Tuco knowing her root. I'm a black sheep, people around me don't ever approve. We got D with 2 E's. We got the planet Genesis. We gave you 2 CDs. The Legends XRP. Don't ever give them your keys.
All right, y'all. Thank y'all. Appreciate y'all. I hope everybody has a good rest of the night, afternoon, or morning, wherever it is that you're at in your real life. And if you are going to continue to be in these crypto streets tonight, trading on the charts, hopping in on space calls, learning about more projects, make sure you be safe out there. Never trust and always verify. So until next time, guys, we are up out of here. Class, guess what? Fucking Smiths. Let's go. We out.
Yeah, let's go.
Have a good night, y'all.